with me because it can't take care of itself, you know?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You pranked me. You pranked me because I didn't have VTube Studio like in focus. That's pretty good.
It's just a frog. It's not a problem.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Here, you can pet it.
I welcome the frog. I welcome it. I recall that not everybody is a huge fan of the frog though. I recall.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I recall Dan Video Games didn't like the frog too much.
Mostly because it was causing technical issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stream broke because of the frog. It chewed a cable or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Welcome in, everybody.
My calibration is a little off today, so don't mind if you see me making weird faces.
Oh, I don't mind. My calibration is very simple because this is a 2019 model. So the rigging's not exactly super advanced, so it's fine. It's all good. Even your scuffed calibration is better than mine.
Well, do you have at least standard issue airbags in that thing?
I don't know. I may still be better than a Tesla Cybertruck.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I might have crumple points still. So that's
Don't we all?
Oh goodness. Welcome in, everybody. Let's go down the list of names here. Cybernav Jack, Zargon 19, Greenlow, Psychic Space Cow, Me 123, Grilson, or Glimda Grilson if we want to do that meme.
Oi.
And I think that's everyone so far. So welcome in. So more Deus Ex today. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. We left off at a pretty good, cool part of the game.
Well, they're all pretty cool parts of the
Yeah.
game, so hard not to.
That's true. But also, I'm really overpowered, so that's been very entertaining.
Yeah.
Becoming overpowered in these types of games is very fun, but it needs to be earned, is the thing. It has to be earned. And it has been.
Yeah, and then and only then do you get to feel like Doom Guy.
Yes, exactly. Very true, very true. And I do feel like that now. I think I've kind of built myself to basically be that. I move really fast when I want to, and in some ways I'm better than Doom Guy because I can jump really high.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, Doom Guy's not really like too amazing at jumping unless you count like the Revival series, maybe. Like he's pretty like good at jumping, at least if you get certain things in like 2016 or Eternal.
Yeah.
He's got like a dash in Eternal and stuff, so it's like...
Yeah.
He's kind of buffed himself up a bit in those ones. But if we're talking about the OG stuff, then he can barely even lift himself up off the floor.
He's got like locked legs. No, actually, I think he's not even walking. We're just moving around the stage in a wheelchair in Doom.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I tried the original Doom in VR, and it's really weird. It's bizarre. It's totally perfectly playable and stuff, but there's something about it that feels wrong, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But some games do not translate too well to VR, and I kind of feel that may be one of them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It is a neat novelty regardless, and it's not like it costs you anything to try it, so it's like, you know, it's just kind of there. At least on the Quest it is. Of course, though, you have to jailbreak your Quest, but you should be doing that anyway. I haven't touched VR in like a while because I've been either too tired or too sick to want to engage with that. But I'm pretty okay these days, so I think I want to hop back in and mess with some stuff again.
VR is nice. I miss VR.
Yeah, the only thing though is I'm pretty sure that some games probably will not run correctly on my system because of my fucked up motherboard. So
That could be, yes.
I'm not like expecting some stuff to work properly. It really varies from game to game.
A bomb.
A bomb? No, I don't have a bomb on my computer, thankfully.
At the moment.
I don't have a pre-built power supply on my computer, so there's no bomb. It's fine.
Well, you know, you could have one of those motherboards that's basically a bomb.
No, I think this motherboard's all right. It's just that it's not very good. Like, it's a cheaper motherboard, and I originally got this as a stopgap. Like, that's the funny thing, is my previous motherboard had died when I had swapped CPUs, like, during the process of just taking out one CPU and putting another one in. It bricked the motherboard, and I never figured out how that happened. Like, it was a mystery, because it's not like I was doing anything wrong. I was, like, grounded and stuff like that.
All I can think is that, like, you scraped a trace or something. But it shouldn't be, like, vulnerable to that. But, like, it could happen.
Yeah, it was really weird. So, like, you know, I had no motherboard at that point, and then I had to just panic buy a cheaper motherboard, and then I used that for like a year and a half or something, and then I bought a way better motherboard that was like really good, and then it died 2 months ago.
Yeah.
That
was a whole saga for you.
It was. So now I'm back using that old stopgap motherboard. It's like the old reliable.
Fantastic.
But it does have like very bad lanes and very little USB bandwidth in most areas. So like, and it really doesn't like it when I like go above stock speeds and timings on my RAM. So a lot of my performance problems for random games comes from that, because I'm running RAM on stock. So
Fantastic.
Like, yeah.
You're not supposed to do that anymore. That's what XMP is for.
Yeah, and then if I enable that, my system will just randomly crash. So...
Yeah, another friend of ours has that problem too, but has told me not to name their name when it comes to that stuff.
No, it's understandable. But yeah, like, so that's kind of where I'm at with that, but the good news is that I am pretty close to being at a point where I can properly save up for a platform upgrade, so...
At least there's that.
Yeah, like, I've paid off other stuff, and, like, I'm gonna have money again for things like that, so that'll be good. And if things are fortuitous enough, maybe I can get it sooner rather than later, but we'll see.
Sounds like fun.
It is fun. You know what's not fun, though? Building computers. I receive no joy from that process. I know how to do it, but I loathe it. It's really just not fun at all. It is...
Yeah.
I wouldn't even necessarily say that it's stressful. It's just extremely tedious, sometimes quite painful. And, like, just... It's a lot of stuff that you have to remember. And they constantly change the rules on you depending on what you've got. So, like, then you have to adapt to that nonsense. It's like... It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. So... Like one thing, for example, that's really annoying that came up last night is one of my hard drive bays keeps like vibrating because I don't like have one of the hard drives fully screwed down into the bay. So it's starting to make this like vibration noise that's can get kind of loud. And it wasn't doing that for years, but now it's decided I'm going to do that now. So I need to like screw it down sometime this week or something.
Oh man, that's unpleasant.
Yeah, it's not like that loud, but like it's loud enough that if I'm not wearing noise canceling headphones, I'm annoyed. So, yeah, like I'll probably just like today order some like rubber washers and just like, and just get that done sometime this week or early next week. Because
yeah, that's what I would do.
Because I was like, last night I was like, what the fuck is that noise? Like, is there a cable that's hitting a fan again? Because I had that happen a couple times in the past. And I'm like, no, it's just the stupid bay. I'm like, okay, I guess you're doing that now.
Yeah, always with those bays and letting it rip.
Yeah. I mean, I've had pretty good hard drive luck. I've had like one hard drive die on me, but it was like one of those ones where it's like, yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen. It was getting old, so it wasn't like a big shock or anything. But even if one of my hard drives did die, it would suck. But like, it's not anything essential. Like, I don't put anything essential on hard drives. Anything that's truly important has like backups like that are elsewhere. So it's all good on that front. But I'm curious about something that's completely unrelated, Sarah.
Oh yeah?
How is that Star Control game going? Because I saw you were doing a bit of a stream of it earlier.
It's going pretty well, I think. Like, I don't enjoy it as much as the Urquan Masters, and you know, I don't want to give Brad Wardell too much attention, but the writing in that game is extremely good. I really enjoy the writing.
Okay.
I don't enjoy collecting the resources that much because it can get kind of tedious sometimes.
Right.
Especially if you find a world and like it's like, here's a treasure world. It's full of gold, platinum, silver, and then you get down there and it is like a million resource pickups of 1 gold each.
Oh. Yeah.
And then you have to scour the entire planet instead of just rushing for the resources. Like, oh man.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot. It's a lot better when games just consolidate that stuff down. It reminds me a lot of some games like Path of Exile, where they insist on not consolidating any of the loot. So like they want you to click 5 bajillion times to pick stuff up. It's kind of that same old school game design problem that some people are really insistent on just doing with their games.
Yep.
Yeah, when games respect your time, exactly. Like, I really value games that respect my time. And man, if there's one thing that a video game will do to make me not like it, is like not respect my time.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me think about like, it's sometimes a miracle when I like some games despite that. Because, say for example, like modern Mario games do not respect your time when you die. And like, I'm able to tolerate that because the games are typically good enough for that to not like ruin the experience for me. But man, like some of those games, like it takes over a minute to like get back to like in the level, like depending. Like I'm thinking about those like new Super Mario Brothers games. They're like really guilty of that. Like where you die and it takes like something like 40 seconds or some nonsense to like get back into the level at all, because you have to wait for like the death animation, the fade out, then you're back in the level select world screen, and then you gotta wait for that, and then you gotta wait for the animation for Mario to get back into the stage, and then you gotta wait for the load.
Yeah, that can be a real problem.
And then you have a game like Celeste where if you die, you instantaneously come back on the same screen. You know? And it's no shock to hear that Celeste is one of my favorite 2D platformers of recent years. And that's a big part of the reason, is because the iteration times are very minimal. It's pretty cool that way. I never did 100% the game though, because like it's a great game, but I didn't feel strong enough at the time to try all of the B sides or the C sides and all that insanity. Did you ever try any of that stuff with Celeste? Have you played it at all, or?
No, I've never played Celeste.
Okay. Well, the obligatory, you should play Celeste. It's a great game.
I see.
Yeah. Celeste is awesome. You should play it. The whenever I say that though with friends, I always like say with a no pressure type thing, just like, hey, this video game is pretty good. It's a pretty good video game. You should play that video game. or I could be like some other people, like I think there was that meme of like Voxandra with like Romancing Saga 2 with daughter or something.
No.
It's like, oh, whoops, I just dropped something. Oh, can you pick that up for me? Oh, look, it's Romancing Saga 2. I haven't played any of the Saga games.
You should.
Yeah, that's another one of those things.
So,
yeah, I should.
So, the Saga games are really good. You should play them. You should play the Saga games.
I think one of those Saga games is in your top 5, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, the...
Romancing Saga 3 is number 2.
So, are they like... Do they have like much in the way of story, or are they just kind of like gameplay focused?
Oh, they have plenty of story. Like, they might be open world, but like, it's like saying that you don't have a story in Fallout 3, or you don't have a story in Oblivion.
Right.
Like, you could say that, but you would also be wrong, and also kind of a jerk.
Understandable. Yeah. But what's the best place to start? Where do I start?
Well, you can start anywhere, to be honest, but when it comes to best place, I think it depends a lot on what you're looking for. If you want a retro game that, you know, is very much a retro game, why don't you just start with Saga 1? But on the other hand, I think that Saga Frontier 1 is a game that a lot of people would recommend because it is one of the first ones that we got in the US that wasn't labeled Final Fantasy.
Right.
And while it has a lot of problems, Saga Frontier 1 has a lot of gripping stuff to it that will really draw you in and make you wonder about all these weird mechanics and stuff that it's not explaining well. It's also got an excellent remaster because you see Saga Frontier 1 was released basically incomplete. There's a bunch of stuff that was... A lot of Saga games suffer from this. Very few Saga games were released truly complete. But, like, the remaster of Saga Frontier 1 actually finished the game.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Because you see, like, there was an entire character, a main character, that they didn't add as a playable main character because they didn't have time to finish his stuff. There was a bunch of stuff in one of the character's plot lines that also got cut a bunch because time, and it was left half finished in the game. And like, they finished all of that. It was a really, really dedicated remaster.
That's pretty cool. I happen to have that in my Steam library. It is called Saga Frontier Remastered.
So there you go. That's a pretty easy choice then.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Hey, okay, guy.
Welcome, okay, guy. Is that... Oh, I thought for a second that was an emote of James Rolfe, but then I looked at it more closely. No, not James
you
Rolfe.
saying that, I could see it being James Rolfe. It looks a little angry video game nerdish from, like, you know, the thumbnail size, the tiny little size.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about.
But then you zoom in and it's like, oh, it doesn't even look vaguely like it.
Nope. The human brain works in weird ways.
It sure does, and so does resizing.
Yeah, definitely. Emotes are a very tricky fine art. They are... It is very difficult to convey something at a smaller size.
Yeah, that's why this doesn't look very good, but at least it's there.
I think that would look pretty solid, if you're using white mode. Probably. In dark, it gets a lot more obscured, but I think the light mode or whatever, it's probably totally fine. But I don't know how many people use light mode on Twitch, so that is.
I don't know. I only play on heavy mode.
Heavy mode. So you're
because you've got light, then you've got standard, then you've got heavy.
Oh, I see what you're doing. I was gonna make a joke how you mained heavy in Team Fortress 2 or something.
Well, I did, but...
Remember TF2?
No.
That was a video game that existed once upon a time.
Was it, though?
Yeah, it was around. It had hats and stuff. Remember that?
I mean, I know they made a bunch of videos, but you sure there's a game?
I mean, it's in my Steam library, but I did hear that it's infested with bots, and there's nothing that they can do about it. At least not without putting in a bunch of money and effort into a game that they don't think it's worth to do that with.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was something like the source code got leaked, and then because of that, it's like, well, we're gonna have to do a hell of a lot of effort to fix the problem, so we're not gonna, I guess. It was something like that I heard.
It's funny because they're still maintaining like Portal and Left 4 Dead for like security fixes after all this time.
Yeah. I last played it on July 24th, 2015. Damn. That's almost getting up to the 10-year mark of not playing that game. I'm looking forward to the 10-year anniversary of not playing TF2.
Boy. Oh, man.
The passage of time is a cruel one.
May 2nd, 28th.
Ooh. It reminds me of what I had linked to earlier of Wind Waker HD being more retro than original Wind Waker when it had released. Feel old yet?
Okay, I'm just gonna go now.
See ya. Goodness. How you doing, chat?
Meow.
Oh no, you're back. So scary. It's really funny that they won't re-release those, like, 2 games, Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. People keep thinking they're gonna, and then they don't. I think if there's any year they're gonna do it, it'll be this year, though.
What games? You mean A Link Between Worlds, right?
Oh, that game doesn't exist anymore because it's on the 3DS. I actually own it. I've never played it, but I do own it physically.
It's good.
I do hear that. I do hear that. Should get around to it sometime. Let me pop up my Citra emulator. Oh wait.
Man, you're just really hitting really hard today, huh?
Yeah. I'm just going in swinging. I'm going in swinging today.
All these gut punches. I don't know. I think we're gonna have to call Tyson because he's gonna have to take you down. Hope you don't mind losing an ear.
Oh no. Oh no. Maybe someday I'll try Punch-Out. Have you ever played Punch-Out?
Yeah.
Did you beat it?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Not many people have beaten Punch-Out.
Well, I've never tried seriously to beat Punch-Out.
I think you could do it. You're
Probably.
powerful.
I mean, it's me we're
powerful.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a powerful gamer. You can do it. I mean, you did the fucking Castlevania games, like, what was it? Castlevania: The Adventure.
Yep.
Yeah, I think if you could do that nonsense.
Game.
If you can do that insanity, I think you're okay. You can,
I mean, I did it deathless.
Exactly. I mean, I could probably do the same, but I don't wanna. Like, I watched you do it, and I'm like, man, I just don't want to fucking play this video game.
You don't want the honor of being in the Deathless Adventure Club?
Probably not. I don't think anyone would notice or care even if I did accomplish it, so I think I would have to I think I would have to be way more popular for that to be worth the clout. So I think I'm good on that one. More people need to be in the club of Deathless Donkey Kong Country. Do some Deathless Donkey Kong Country, then we'll talk.
but that's just a country, and Castlevania: The Adventure is an adventure.
Ah, true. Hey, did you guys know that I have fucking Donkey Kong Conga bongos on the way?
Oh no.
Yeah, that was like one of the incentives for the donation stuff is I reach $100 and I order the bongos and you get an early Donkey Konga stream. It'll probably be like a few weeks up to a month before I can actually get that going and set up, but like That'll be interesting. I'm hoping to do a camera setup for the controller, but it may not happen if the logistics don't work out. Because my setup's like, I wouldn't say weird, but I have very limited space for certain things. So setting up like a webcam with the correct angle would be tricky, I think. So I'm not necessarily thinking it'll work, but I will make an attempt when the time comes.
And then you can say an attempt was made.
Yes, yes. But, you know, having a gimmick controller is a good asset as a streamer, because then you can, like, you can do, you know, stupid stuff like, I'm going to beat this video game with this novelty gimmick controller. Kind of like how the last Seahorse, they, you know, like, beat Doom with Guitar Hero controller. You know?
Vox has done stuff like that with the 2DX controller. For me, that wouldn't be very different from playing it normally.
Oh, okay. I see, I see. Hello, me123. I said hello to you earlier, but I guess you didn't text chat. I saw you redeem, though. But welcome in. But yeah, so, I'll probably at some point, like, the thing is that I don't know how the Donkey Konga controller actually works. I'll learn how...
Does it work?
It's supposed to. People have beaten, like, Dark Souls with it and stuff. Like, it's supposed to work.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean it works, per se.
I think the, like, it's functional enough that you can beat games with it, but I don't know, like, how you map stuff or anything yet. But I definitely at some point want to try, like, the DKC trilogy and beat it with, like, the controller. I think that'd be really funny. Because, like, those are games I'm already adept at, so, like, trying it with a gimmick controller seems doable as long as I can figure out how to map something like that. What a silly idea. But it's all thanks to you, the chat, for enabling that stupid stuff to happen. So, once again, thank you very much for the donations with all that stuff. It even enabled me to get a real GameCube setup for the challenge. Which,
yeah, you were using a Wii before, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna use a Wii for probably another couple weeks, maybe a few weeks. But, be moving to a real GameCube pretty soon, which will be nice. And, still waiting on one of the things to ship. The ODE hasn't shipped yet. But, the other stuff is all shipped. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, the Wii's, like, okay for GameCube stuff, but the main problems it has is just that the blur filter is present in most games, and that can make it a little annoying for certain games if they have really tiny objects and stuff. So I'm looking forward to not having to deal with that.
Yeah, the Wii's way of displaying things is just a nightmare sometimes. For example, when playing Castlevania The Adventure...
Oh no.
Rebirth. Because that entire Rebirth series of games, it scales really screwy ways in the Wii, and you can never, ever disable the bilinear filtering on those games, even though they're pixel games.
Yeah.
And there is no other release of those games. So there is no way to play them pixel perfect unless you're playing on an emulator and you know how to disable all that stuff.
That's
Which I do, but like 99.9% of people don't.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, like, you can disable filter stuff with the Wii, but you get mixed results. So I never really bothered with it because people say, yeah, sometimes it works, and then for like half of the other games, it'll break them. So I just never bothered to try and mess with that on the Wii's end. But with the GameCube, it's really easy because, like, with the ODE I'm getting, you just install Swiss on it. It's like a extra layer of things to make things work better with the ODE, and then you can just turn it off for every game and it doesn't break it. So it's pretty cool.
My understanding is that there are games that crash when you try to mess with that. And that Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth is one of them.
Yeah, that sucks. I did come across one game on the GameCube so far that let you disable it within the game, which was kind of surprising. You would never guess which game that was, though. I mean, I guess you could guess because I've done 6 games so far, but it was Monster 4x4 Masters of Metal.
That was my first guess.
They actually let you disable it in the menu. I found that really funny considering how incompetent that game is. Like, very interesting video game. The current game I'm actually on is The Last Airbender, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
It's a low rent, mediocre Diablo-like that has a block mechanic. And it's got like the most baseline RPG systems in it, and that's basically what it is. And are you at all familiar with the cartoon?
A little. I know enough.
Do you know like one of the main characters, Toph, at all? Yeah, she's not in this game, which is very bizarre because the game released in 2006. And that was like well into, I think Avatar either ended then or it was like close to ending around that time.
Maybe they thought they were going to release sequels.
Well, see, I kind of thought that too, but the way it doesn't really make sense because they replace her. They use this very minor character named Haru as your Earthbender party member instead. It's super bizarre. Like when you could have just used Toph.
Yeah, that's very odd.
Yeah, I don't quite understand it myself because Haru's like in like maybe 2 or 3 episodes of the show.
Maybe they're ableist.
I don't know. Like, I'm gonna guess...
Because she's blind, you know.
Yeah. My guess is that because they used the same actors from the show, maybe they couldn't get her actress, and maybe that's why they didn't bother. I'm not sure. But it was really weird. The game is super jank. Like, I've played worse. Even in the challenge so far, I've played worse. The game's, like, pretty easy for the most part, but it's, like, just extremely, like, low budget and just kind of, like, bizarre. Like, it has so many strange choices, and Aang looks so fucking creepy in it for some reason. Every time they do a close-up of Aang, it's like, why do you look like that? Stop making facial expressions. Just stop existing. And that's kind of my thoughts on that game so far. Speaking of video games, let's get on to Deus Ex, shall we?
Yeah, I was about to say, because we've done over half an hour of Satsu.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? I think it's good Satsu. I mean, I could turn into Swirl Drop and this could be the rest of the stream.
Look, I really like Drop. They're great. They are a very great friend who I very much admire, but the thing is, no.
My favorite meme is they tweet about a collab or whatever. We're gonna be playing this game, and then later say we didn't play this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the good meme right there. Okay, so let's scooch on over. Remove the Chocobo music. We're saying Chocobo
give me a good
because
show and I'll give you some good dough.
We're saying Chocobo because Final Fantasy 16 declared that's how you say it now.
Yeah, when I collabed with Drop, I think I always drew the line as to where, you know, when we were going to actually like start the game. So it worked out somehow.
Somehow. Let's see. My Deus Ex Transcended. You know, I never did really look at, like, the settings for this game. Like, after having played it for a while, like, the Transcended options, I'm vaguely curious if I care about any of these now.
I think you could scoot over a tiny bit more.
Sure thing, sure thing.
Yeah, that's better. So half my face isn't covered as often.
Of course, of course. Alrighty.
Game is actually pretty loud for me and might drown your voice sometimes. That's different from usual.
Yeah, it's a little loud at the moment. I'm lowering it on our end.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'll double check everything's good on the, yeah, for the stream side, it's totally fine. It was just a little loud on our end. It's very epic. So let's look at these options for just a little moment here. I'm curious. Oh, okay. I can see why some of these are options, like the regeneration one. Because you could theoretically... You could say it's almost cheating if you make this false, because, like, if it's a little tiny for some people on the stream, and I think it's probably completely legible, but, like, basically the augmentation for regen, the current setting is it'll keep draining when finished healing, but it'll automatically deactivate if it finishes if I change the setting.
Yeah.
I'm probably fine with keeping that the same, because it's,
a lot of this stuff is just accessibility, honestly.
Yeah. The augmentation hum. Yeah, I can see. I can see that being an accessibility option. Like, it might annoy people. Stuff like that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, these are all, like, pretty straightforward. Yes, the anti-epilepsy mode. Goodness. Yeah, I think that's on by default, maybe, or you told me to turn it on. I don't remember which.
Yeah, I told you to turn it on.
Okay.
Because the game has a fair amount of flashing lights. It seems to use the default Unreal Engine flashing light code that somebody finally figured out like a year ago or whatever.
Oh, okay. What's item refusal?
Well, take a look and you'll see.
So you can just, like, disable items from the game.
Well, it'll disable you picking them up.
Ah, okay. I guess it's just like an option where if you know you're not going to care about specific things, then the game just kind of makes it easier for you in that regard.
Yeah, it's good for speedrunners and such.
Yeah. All false. That sounds like a terrible idea.
Well, you know, then it means that you won't ever pick up anything automatically, like when you check body or things like that.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of take a quick look at those because I was curious if I cared about any of that stuff now that I know a lot more about the game.
Yeah, you'll be interested when you'll be interested in looking at all the options when you play Revision eventually. Excellent.
So, you want to know a fun fact about this section here?
Mm-hmm.
I was using this as one of my audio tests when I was tweaking some of the settings for stream and OBS for the audio levels in my plugins. So I was just like running around and jumping like an idiot, and then I kept doing this with my rocket and stuff. Oh, she's talking to me now.
I was afraid it would be like this. The same. Not a stone out of place.
You would rather that Majestic 12 had burned it down?
I would rather... No, let's go. Only in novels do places crumble to dust for no reason when their spirit is lost.
Your mother?
Lead the way. I no longer have a key.
What a wonderful
We must find my mother's secret computer room.
It is nice.
Where she did all her work. A place she kept hidden, even from me.
Yeah, so she never talked to me because I kept doing this shit.
Stop goofing around.
Because I was using, like, the Gep gun as a test because it's really loud when it does that. So I wanted to, I wanted to do stuff like that. And I kept, like, shooting things and stuff. And she kept, like, complaining and yelling at me. So I just thought you should know that I did that. I assume the audio's good on the stream end. But if you guys want me to adjust anything, let me know. The thing about this game is it's pretty dynamic in its volume compared to other games of its era. Like, surprisingly has pretty high dynamics at times, so can be a little tricky to tame the audio on it.
Yeah, and it was one of the first games to really fully implement EAX.
Yeah.
This area also has one of the best battle songs.
Ooh.
Crazy. I lost my virginity out here. Oh lord.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, like... maybe for the best, huh?
Maybe it was for the best. This is a huge area. Holy shit.
Well, it's the chateau.
Yeah. It's like the flashlight can't even reach far enough.
Yeah, it's so dark out here that you could practically get the whole screen to black.
I thought for a second I stumbled across a hidden thing, but I think it was just locking out her.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go back to the normal path here. Just wanted to poke around back there for a little bit. I like that we're back to groovy music now. I missed it. Like, it was definitely appropriate to not have music like this for some of the sections we were at, but it's nice that we're back to some good tunes.
Yeah, this music is divine.
How is it in the revision version?
Pretty okay. Unlocked.
Okay. So what, could I just, like...
Yeah.
Sure, I won't go through the front door.
I'm pulling up the floor plan. An old summer home built during the Third Republic. It's been vacant since Miss Duclair's assassination. Hopefully these elegant rooms contain some clues about the Duclair family's involvement with the Illuminati.
Mom and Everett
I can
used to
turn it
sit
up a
out
bit.
here sipping martinis and plotting to take over the world. That's how we all got in this mess.
Thank you for sharing.
You know,
gonna
Tong's
turn it up a little.
actor... Okay, Tong's actor does a good job of sounding, like, a little more shrill and like he's been coughing a lot in this part without, you know, overdoing it.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Because, you know, the game is heavily implying that he caught the Grey Death, and I think he said he might have it earlier.
Yeah, I, didn't I give him a thing for that?
No, you gave that to,
The other guy.
You know, the Illuminati guy.
My mom
Right.
had that couch flown in from Portugal. Exactly the same as what she could have bought at La Samaritaine, except that it was once graced by the bottoms of a royal family. Stop goofing around.
What?
All I did was turn on a light, man.
Oh lord.
What?
What?
That's not funny.
Excuse me? What is happening?
Oh lord. Oh lord.
Hostile action detected.
That's not funny. Stop goofing around. Oh lord.
I thought these patches fixed the game.
What the?
Stop goofing around.
Stop goofing around.
Sometimes I think that it's like, hey Mossy, I'm gonna get you to install these patches. It makes the game better and fixes some stuff. And then I played the game, I'm like, are you sure?
Oh lord. Oh lord. Stop
Oh,
goofing around. Oh lord.
So silly. I'm having a moment here. I'm having a moment here because it's been like 2 weeks since I played. Wasn't F1 supposed to bring up my inventory?
No.
What was
Well-
it?
You looking at the keyboard like, because like the F keys are for your augmentations, so that means
Yeah, but it's only F3 through F12. Because it's not like letting me
why
open
don't
up
you
my
just check?
Yeah, let me check what's going on here.
Wrong section.
Yeah, wrong section. Keyboard mouse. Alright, so inventory.
1
Activate.
and F1.
Yeah,
Well, it says I and F1.
what's going on there? Okay, that works. Oh, okay. I guess it was just a bug.
Mm.
Now it works. Now it works normally. All right.
Hey, Dragon Cat Man.
Welcome, welcome. So yeah, I did remember. I wasn't having a moment.
I don't know if this will help, but I used to use that computer whenever I was at home. The last time was just before my mother was killed. The login is Nicolette. The password is Chad.
Yes, do exactly that.
Goodness.
How's it gone, Ed?
Seems to be just a little bit of extra lore. Not necessarily of any particular help.
Yeah, although, you know, what you are after right now is to meet with Morgan Everett. Current leader of the Illuminati, if I recall.
Oh lord.
Oh, apparently she doesn't like that either.
Oh lord.
Just turning on any light is just the equivalent of pulling your gun out.
She likes it dark.
Maybe she's like a vampire.
Stop goofing around.
Well, you know, if all the conspiracies are real, why not vampires?
Right? Oh, that's good to know.
Thank you, Icarus.
Yeah, very helpful. I found a nano key. Ooh, and a multi-tool.
Nice.
How does that fireplace work? There's nowhere.
Well, you
nowhere
see.
for it to go.
Hey, Chris. Well,
Welcome,
you see,
Chris.
you know the Kool-Aid Man, or like a Bobo from Double Dragon.
I know Kool-Aid Man.
So whenever you want to use the fireplace, you have to punch through the bricks to get to the fireplace first.
Hey, Roto. Hey, Chris, do you want to see something fascinating? I'm gonna show you. Pay attention.
That's not funny. That's not funny. Oh lord.
That's happening for some reason.
Like, normally she says that stuff when you point a gun at her, but the fact that she's very upset by the light being toggled.
Yep. It is truly fascinating.
How are you doing today, Chris?
Me and Chris have been watching DS9 for some months. I know everything about DS9. Chris knows absolutely nothing, and it's been very fascinating. Like, Chris did not even know about the Dominion. So it was like it's been really interesting to have someone just be completely blind on a thing.
That is quite interesting, but at the same time, I wonder how he reacted to Q being completely out of character.
That
In
Q
season
episode,
1.
that Q episode is really strange.
It is so strange. Like, the only thing about it that actually comes off well is, you hit me. Picard never hit me.
Yeah, that's like the only like notable, memorable scene from that episode. But it's a pretty funny scene. I do quite like that one.
Yes.
The we're at like we're like toward the end of season 5. Like, I think we got like 3 episodes left or something. Maybe
I can dig it.
maybe a little more than that, but yeah, we're getting pretty close to the 6th season.
Yeah, for the record, I am someone who also thinks Star Trek rules. Back in the days when I was starting off as a streamer, streaming on Mogulus livestream, I would stream TV shows and was streaming through Star Trek and such at one point. Because, like, I just wanted to share it with all my friends.
That's pretty awesome.
Although, to this day, I still gotta show a certain someone Voyager because they've never seen it.
Okay. I have mixed thoughts on Voyager. I think Voyager has some neat stuff in it, but it's pretty messy. Like, in general, it's just kind of like a... It's kind of one where the premise is so interesting and so good, but they don't do a whole lot of interesting things with that in most of the episodes. Does that make any sense?
I think it's incredible how many shuttles that ship had.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so, interesting. I don't have a key for either of these.
Stop goofing around.
You can get in the other way anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering if there was any merit to coming in through that way or not.
Not really. It's just one big house. There's really nothing you have to worry about.
Yeah. Such a large area with very low visibility, and I don't know if the night vision actually helps here. No, not really. Because I got a key, but I don't know what the key is for, and I haven't found another door that opens anything yet. Maybe there's something in here?
You know, I think it's funny. If this game were ray traced, the Dragon Tooth sword would basically be a torch.
Oh, here we go. That is true.
Families are buried here, going back to the original builder, a French merchant of the 19th century.
It's not the right one, and I can't open this.
You're supposed to still be in the house for now.
Yeah, I
The
kind of
stuff you're
thought
looking
so.
for is all inside of the chateau.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case. Good to know that's there, though. This kind of
So
comes
you
off to
haven't-
me as, like, obviously don't spoil anything, but the way that this is all laid out comes off to me as a bunch of MJ-12 are going to storm this area, and I'm going to fight a bunch of them inside of here, and because it's kind of laid out in that way. It kind of is
So-
a bit like a Doom map or something inside of here.
I can see it. How are you feeling about Deus Ex so far, though? Hmm?
It's pretty awesome. I don't really have any, like, my criticisms of the game are so mild that I don't really have anything, like, notably negative to say about it. I think it's, like, a quite a well put together, exemplary game. Like, there's very little that's wrong with it, especially considering its age. Like,
Yeah.
very, very little that I can say negative about it. Like, my negative thoughts on it mostly sum up as such. There's weird mouse acceleration on the menu, which isn't like a big deal. It's weird that it does that, but it's still a negative, but it doesn't really matter. And then there's like a bit of weirdness with the way the augmentation system works, but it is functional and it does have some pros to the system. Like, it's not like the idea is without merit. It is just a little clunky for certain types of augments. But, like, I mean, and sometimes there's some weird bugs. Like, there was that quest that broke in Hell's Kitchen or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, there's a few, like, bugs and stuff, but, like, they're pretty minor ones. Oh, and I guess, like, being trapped in Hell's Kitchen, that was annoying. Like, with the warehouse. But,
Yeah.
like, that part came off as a bit of a design issue because none of the other parts of the game do that. So that was a little weird and confusing, and they could have done that better. But, I mean, other than that, like, I don't really have anything really negative to say about the game. Like, they do everything so well.
Yeah, it's forever remarkable that, like, this game actually does live up to its hype.
Oh, here we go.
The maid did all of the cooking, but Mom always picked out the wine. She was the only one with a key to the cellar.
Yeah, I think I got that key. Yeah, very, a lot of cool stuff in this game. Lots of nice little details, lore.
Funny, you know, when I was a little girl, I used to play in the dumbwaiter that goes up to Mom's room. Amazing, I didn't break my neck.
Yeah, seriously. That's
True,
really
true.
dangerous.
It reminds me of that Twitter trend going on discussing the stupid shit you did as a kid that was dangerous. And stuff like that, or something you tried once that was dangerous.
I ran around a lot, and I mean a lot, and multiple times I basically busted my head open on the corner of a table or something.
Oh, goodness.
So, you know, I had stitches a couple times.
Yeah, I had a couple situations like that as a kid myself. Not like multiple times. I think it happened. I had a situation like that twice in my life. Probably the worst injury that I've had is just like tearing the ligaments in one of my feet. Like that was probably the worst injury because it took like almost an entire year for it to heal, and I had a cast for like 6 or 8 months. So like that was pretty rough.
That does seem pretty rough. Yeah, I've never had a serious injury like that, and I've never broken a bone.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. And it was like it happened in such a stupid way because it was like one of those it was one of those injuries that is it's still not the right key. Goodness, what is this for?
Probably one of the upstairs rooms.
Probably. I'll have to keep looking. But it was a weird injury because it was one of those ones that's just a testament to how weird the human body is. Where, like, if you just do the exact incorrect thing, then you just injure yourself, right? It was one of those situations. Here's all that's happened, Sarah, like how I tore ligaments in my foot. All I did is I tripped. That was it.
I believe it.
Yeah, it was really silly.
The way it is, our bodies limit the amount we can move for a reason, because we are technically capable of, like, breaking our own arms and things like that if we just move them too far.
This is true.
The upper part of the house would have been very difficult to conceal. Look for clues in Beth's room. I bet she had a quick way to get to the cellar.
Yeah, I didn't go up here. I didn't think about going to a higher floor. Yeah, so that was a very, very silly injury. And then I re-injured it, which is why it took like a year.
Mm-hmm.
The school had wet floors without a sign.
Hey, is Nicolette in the mirror?
Yep.
Okay, she is. I was wondering, because when you entered the room, it was just you alone in the mirror.
Yeah, vampire check, exactly.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
yeah.
It's funny, too, because she has an outfit like that a vampire would wear.
Yeah, you always got to be careful about that. I should know, since my VTuber Papa is a vampire. There was a nano key in that vase.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Well hidden.
Oh, there it is.
Got 2 keys and need to find something to unlock them with.
Well, that should be no problem for you, the master of unlocking.
This is true. This is true.
I think my mother kept a room key behind a little vase up here.
Another one?
So many.
Man, she's really predictable.
Yeah, the Vampire the Masquerade I've not played yet, but I hear it's quite excellent.
My mom's room. And look, her favorite painting. I can't believe the assassins didn't take it. Oh, the hours she would spend just sitting at that table and staring up at her priceless treasure.
Oh, just casually have a crossbow on the table.
Don't you?
No.
Oh. Heck yeah.
Alright, cool. Alright, didn't have that maxed out, so better pistol. 1.6 seconds for reload time. Pretty cool.
Yeah, mine's 20%.
Really good music here.
Yeah. I do recommend actually using that login and reading her emails.
Oh, I will. I will do that.
This game is such a vibe.
That's not funny.
Still on about that, huh? What about this? Is this funny? No, not humorous at all.
Oh lord.
Lady, it's a desk lamp.
No, it's so much more than
What
that.
a small mirror. Wait a moment. That mirror? But there's a door right there, then. Huh.
Oh, you just mean in terms of how did they do that on a technical level?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting.
Oh, you can like go down
Yes.
this.
Hmm.
It's funny.
I wouldn't recommend it, but yeah.
No, I wasn't gonna.
I was of the impression that this was one of those games that used the classic technique of just having a copy of the room.
Right.
It's entirely possible that there is, and that it hides and shows dynamically based on where you are, but like, still.
Yeah, making video games is all about weird, hacky, cheap tricks.
Well, video games are a lot like movies in that regard, because, you know, if you were able to zoom out the camera in a movie, you would see all the stuff outside of the scene
That's
that you
not
were looking
funny.
at. That would completely spoil the illusion. But like, as
My
long
little
as
prison for 18 years.
as long as the presentation maintains that illusion, as long as you can't see outside of the intended frame, so to speak, it all works.
Absolutely.
That's not funny.
So
I
it doesn't really
noticed-
matter that like the subway car is a hat in Fallout 3 or whatever, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I'm just
I
noticing a
wanted to
skull.
be in the city, but I
Mhm,
guess Mom
mhm.
thought it was easier to keep her activities secret in the country.
Not a very healthy thing to have in your bedroom.
Well, you know, they're French.
Ah, true. Floor cushion.
I mean, you saw the catacombs.
Yeah. But floor cushion, this is a bed.
I think they reused that from China. It makes sense there as a floor cushion.
Yeah. Wonder if there's anything else up here. Not seeing anything.
This place has so many mirrors. It's pretty
Really?
impressive, actually.
Yeah, it really does have so many. If only those mirrors were ray traced, they'd be so much better.
Yeah, then it could smear every time you use the camera.
Exactly. DLSS 3 on, please.
Yeah. Of course, you know, I'm still thinking about those payday mirrors.
Yeah. I was also
I
thinking...
enjoyed my time with Payday 3, but those mirrors, man, those mirrors.
Yeah, there's certainly something. Now this was hers, so this is different. I
You
already
can
went
use
in
the
that
same
one.
computer.
Oh, can you?
Just make
Okay.
sure you use her login. Or
Right.
The other login that you got.
Gotcha.
Okay, not this one then.
No.
Hmm.
Well, there's other...
Hmm.
There's a lot of locked doors, so... And there's that, like, cellar. I think hers is in the cellar. So we gotta go...
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, no worries.
If by chance you remember what you were gonna say, please say it.
I don't really remember. It wasn't important, I'm sure. My mind's mostly focused on, getting in here, which I have now successfully done.
In France, the gentry keep their wine in a small cellar to preserve the flavor from heat and sunlight.
Yes, I keep myself also in the darkness to preserve myself.
My mom installed special cooling and humidity control to preserve the vintages, her one hobby.
The problem with being faster than light is you have to live in darkness.
Stop goofing around.
I'm not goofing around. I'm just looking around for stuff.
Are you looking for secrets?
I am looking for secrets. Like this one right here. I noticed the lighting kind of got a little weird. There we go. It's because of that. Now, what about over here? This wraps around?
Strange.
Yeah.
She never showed off the collection to anyone.
Oh, that just closes again.
That's not funny.
Maybe she just really hates light. Just in general.
I mean, in this game, that's just a mood, right?
Maybe she's a big fan of OLED displays then.
An old bunker built during World War II by the previous owner to hide Jewish families.
What a shame.
What?
Acquired the property after the Nazis sent him to a camp in Germany. Strange. I'm picking up heavy-duty fiber optic activity down here.
Look, I don't
What's
endorse
this?
the timing
A
of that
dungeon?
redeem.
Yeah, it was a little weird. Oh, this looks, dangerous.
My mother would not have worked in this filth. There must be another room.
Floating rat. It's a very special kind of rat.
Yeah, Cal, I'm sure you were. It's just...
Yeah,
it worked out, unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not your fault. I think that's just a window.
Mm-hmm.
Why does a bunker have a window?
Stop goofing around.
She really starting to get on my nerves. Like, listen, lady. Ah, okay. I was wondering, like, what's the point of that? It's like, oh, there's a little bit here.
Hey, Adam.
Hello, Adam. It is not a window.
Oh, well,
Well, it
it
is a
though.
window. It is a window, but, like, you can get in.
Some kind of giant routing station. Not on any telecom map I've ever seen. Petabytes of transmission. Beth Duclair's probably used it to analyze net traffic.
She just busted through that. That's funny.
You assume that you're the only one that's strong enough?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You got a single fact to back that up?
I mean, I have a strength augment that I, like, used, like, twice.
I had no idea.
Her AI is just really broken, isn't it? This is useless. Yeah, game's going well. Game's going well. I assume this is her. Set it down. Was it Nicole or Nico?
Nico_Angel.
Angle. See?
Go to the email first.
Okay. So lots of codes.
Yeah, so basically, you know, you would send one of those tear sheet codes in order to contact Morgan.
So you found Beth's computer. We are destined to meet, perhaps. If you are truly our ally, you will help me access the MG12 computer network and complete the Grey Death vaccine. Find Nicolette. You will need her key in order to exit through the crypt. I will be directing you to a nearby cathedral.
What is it?
A transmission from Morgan Everett. He wants me to go out the back way through the crypt to a nearby cathedral.
The Cathedral of the Knights Templar?
He didn't say. I'm supposed to access the Majestic 12 computer network.
Yes, Majestic 12 controls the place now. They kill the Knights for their gold reserves. Everett must want you to sneak to that part of town through the sewers that connect to our property.
I thought the Templars vanished centuries ago.
They invented the modern banking system and were its directors, under one name or another, until Majestic 12 took over.
He said you had a key.
Yes, here it is. The crypt is in the maze behind the chateau. Listen to Everett. He is right to want to avenge the Templars.
It all makes sense now. Well, at least I didn't waste that cell.
Oh.
I was basically at nothing, so, those don't ever give you a full charge anyway.
Yeah. Well, if you're at like 25%, but... Oh, upgrade canister.
I don't think I got a code for this. I mean, I'm sure there's one around somewhere, but I have so many multi-tools, just may as well.
Yeah, why not?
I think 20's the cap anyway.
Like, obviously, the augmentation canister you don't need, but the upgrade canister, that one's good.
Alright, so... what do I care about now? I'm trying to remember.
I think you planned on putting one more under Regan, but it's up to you. And, like...
probably. Makes the most sense to
not
me.
that.
No, it's the upgrade. Yeah. That maxes that out.
Yeah.
Like a security thing here.
Yeah, you probably could have opened the augmentation canister thing using the computer here.
Probably.
I bet.
And we will find out.
Huh. Guess not.
It opened some door for me. I probably already had the key for it, though, considering how many keys I picked up, but... law. Neat.
Well,
Oh, no.
you know, at this point, your goal is to leave this place via the crypt.
Yep. I do like looking for secrets, though. Oh, Lord. Stop goofing around.
Hello.
See, unlike some video game players, I'm not afraid of looking up.
Dogs can look up. Just saying.
I wonder if I just randomly have the key for this now. I do, okay. I like unlocking things. Ooh, my skills. Low-tech's actually more expensive to train further in at this point.
Go figure, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it is another step ahead of the pistol now. Nothing really stands out to me as something I care about at this point, other than, like, just pistol or low-tech.
Yeah, the way it is, I think pistol typically costs more than anything else.
Oh, hey, Duke. Thanks for the
Duke.
YouTube raid. Hope everyone's doing good. What were you up to on YouTube today? You enjoying that AV1 testing? Duke recently got a 4080 Super.
Oh, nice.
The system I need you to access is inside a cathedral that belonged to the Knights Templar until MJ12 slaughtered the Knights for the gold reserves.
Okay, so a nice
gold reserves.
A nice comfy setup stream.
Look out, JC, I'm picking up heat signatures in the sewers. I think somebody's expecting you.
Hello, Tasty. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. I knew it.
Yeah, check out the battle music, though. The big flaw is that the battle music never lasts long enough.
True. Not comfy for you? Yeah, no, that's completely fair. I understand. You know, I don't like doing any of that stuff either. I shouldn't have said comfy, come to think of it. It's maybe okay for the viewers, but man, no. I don't envy that position. Well, both me and Sarah earlier were talking about how much we dislike building computer stuff and just doing all that. Like, we know how to do it, but doesn't mean we enjoy it.
It's very stressful. Because even though putting together a computer is kind of like just building Lego these days, there's so many things that could go horribly wrong and cost you a ton of money.
Yep. Me and Deke have also discussed quite a bit, and also I've talked to Dan about it too. Just like how every computer now is like for whatever insane reasons, it's like you're only allowed to have 2 M.2 drives, 1 GPU. And that's all you're getting, bub.
Yeah.
Like, that's the way it is these days for some reason. And it's extremely annoying. That is some good music.
And boy, I hope that if you put that second M2 drive in, you absolutely don't need something else in your PC that you want to use. It's like, it could be the other PCIe slots, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like, oh, we're just going to disable some SATA ports for you. Is that okay?
Yep. See, this is where this augment... Yeah, this augment's broken for this section.
That rules.
Yeah, that's super cool. Like, this is really what makes the game so great, is I can barely think of any video games that have stuff that lets you do this. Like, sometimes they'll have powers like this, but they don't implement them in interesting ways. Like, they don't, like, give opportunities for you to, like, enjoy them. They're just like, oh, we have it in here, but we didn't really think it through too well. So it's really great that the game has stuff like this. And yeah, Duke, you're pretty much on the money with that. Like, I hope that at some point, that gets better, because it wasn't always like that. It was, as we know, this is like more of a recent thing. Like, I don't remember the exact timeline shift of this. Like, what, they started doing this in 2015? Or something like that? I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah, like almost 10 years.
Well, Duke, what you really need to do is be a VTuber and use a phone as your camera. Then you cut one thing out of the equation, see? It's magic.
Yeah. Just ignore the fact that, that being a VTuber, depending on what you're streaming, it's getting to the point where it almost necessitates 2 PC setup. But
yeah, well, it depends.
It does depend, obviously.
Like, my stuff absolutely does not need that.
This sewer connects to a street near the cathedral, not too far from here.
Yeah, try to ignore the smell. I mean, I've seen worse looking sewer water.
Yeah, it just looks like gravy. And now it's green for some reason.
Yeah.
You're going the right way.
I guess it's the
I
lights.
primarily need you to establish an uplink from the MJ12 network, but I also have uses for the gold. When you locate it, I'll send someone to recover it. Prepare to receive a map of the cathedral.
Map received.
Cool.
Yeah,
we're getting into Doom maps again.
This Catholic cathedral has monks' quarters for some reason.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Yeah, like, that's the struggle, right, Duke? Which is why you were, going for that very particular, 4080 supermodel. It's like a Pro Art one. If I understand, the Pro Art's like a water-cooled one or something, so it's not as large, so it can fit into, like, some cases and stuff.
Some cases, as opposed to no cases.
Yeah.
Which is just what NVIDIA's going for these days. They want us to have to buy a discrete case for our GPU, basically.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it is air-cooled? Okay. Ah, I see. So basically, it's just a better card than on any of the other ones. Gotcha. And yeah, Duke was telling me that, like, even despite that, like, the 4080 Super barely fit in the case. It's like, man.
Yeah, I've got a 3090 Ti, so I know all about that kind of pain.
I'm just here slumming it on a normal 3080. I say as if a 3080 still isn't a very good GPU. Interesting. So, I'm kind of curious game design wise what they're doing here. Like, do they have a key tucked away somewhere, or do they just want me to like just bust it open and use lockpicks? I'm going to assume.
You could probably just jump over it.
You know, that's a really good point. I'm just like curious what options they give the player, right?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of small boxes here.
Oh yeah, I guess that's what they're thinking. That, and they do give you like what, like 3 or 4 lockpicks in that previous area if you just look around. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what they're thinking. So
but you've got legs.
I do indeed have legs. Oh, looks like there's some ways up there. You know what I bet I could do if I really wanted to?
Hmm?
I could just, like, stack, like, 1 or 2 of these things and probably get up there. I bet that would work. It's tempting. It's tempting. Oh, shit. Oh, he didn't see me. Okay.
Surprising.
This weapon's really broken.
Yep.
And now, don't get me wrong, I love the flamethrower and Gep gun, but it doesn't work that great on these dudes specifically.
Yeah, different situations.
Mm-hmm. No, this weapon absolutely destroys them.
Yeah, you just run up and smack them with the highest tech sword in the world.
Oh, they saw me. It's funny that guy saw me, but the other dude didn't, who's way more augmented.
My vision is augmented. Check me out.
Oh, it caught me on the reload.
Oh. Ah. Also, that guy shot you directly in the head.
Yep. It seemed to be just him. I thought there'd be more. There is. Oh.
Oh.
There's all kinds of friends here. See ya.
Nice shot. Yeah, you might want to regenerate your torso and head are pretty bad. Oh god.
Yep. Not that that would have helped against that. It's okay, I quick saved.
Your legs are on. Damn.
That's so broken.
It's awesome being this powerful at the end of the game. Well, you're not at the end, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. This game rules. Why are there basketballs here?
Why not? You like
Sniper.
basketballs.
I do like basketballs. I also like security computer terminals because I can turn stuff off.
Page Industries Inc.
Mm-hmm. Not really much going on here then. Okay.
No, camera's off now though.
More video games need basketballs in them.
JC Denton will never be ballin'.
Reminds me that I have like something in the range of like 8 basketball games to play on the GameCube.
That's low.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Like the basket, I don't think there's a ton of them. There's, I think, more. I think the sport that's the most on the GameCube is probably either like American football or it's maybe golf. Because there's like, I think like there's a lot of golf games on the GameCube, especially if you account for like the arcadey ones like Mario Golf. Yeah, like, I don't mean that disparagingly. Some sports games can be very fun. Like, I recently finished NHL Hits 2002, which is a really fun game. It was just really grindy to finish because you have to do, like, a Stanley Cup thing. And you have to fight 30 teams, and you have to beat, like, 30 teams.
Yeah, that sounds like a sports game.
So, like, 30 games is a lot to go through. It took me, like, 10 hours.
One of the most curious dynamics of the video game, like, market is that people who play sports games mostly exclusively play sports games. And people will buy consoles just to play sports games. And to me, that's like, wow, I can't understand that world.
Yeah, same. I don't really get it either, but they definitely do exist. And there's, like, some crossover, too, with, like, Call of Duty. Like, sometimes they'll play Call of Duty as well. But,
why don't you just burn that guy in one of the barrels?
That's sickening. But it was a good idea.
Oh no, they're fake.
Fake barrels. So I actually want to quiz you on something, Sarah, because I don't think I told you about this. So, as these games tend to do, right? Like NHL Hits tends to do, they have an opening FMV. And they'll use, like, licensed music, right? What would be your guess on what music they would use for NHL Hits 2002 for the opening FMV music?
I don't know.
Like, if you're not good with, like, years for music, that's fine. But if you wanted to take a guess, you could.
The thing is, I really don't know, NHL? Give me a genre.
Something like, you know, rock, like really, like, you know, high-paced, like, you know, like, raw stuff, because hockey's got, like, fights and stuff, right? And it's got, like, you know, all that stuff, like, high-octane stuff going on here.
And you said 2002.
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit?
You were right!
What?
Limp Bizkit Rolling.
That's so wrong!
Limp
For
Bizkit
NHL,
Rolling.
that's so wrong.
Uh-huh. So I was hit with that as soon as I booted up the game. I heard Limp Bizkit Rollin'.
Right, Duke? Like, that narrowed it down enough. It's just like, what the hell?
It's amazing. Everyone I've told that story to loves that. It's just so funny.
Yeah, like, I was basically making a joke guess at that point, but it was also the only thing that made sense with the criteria that you gave me.
2 of my friends said Nickelback.
No.
Yeah, it was not Nickelback.
In a hockey game, no. Somehow Limp Bizkit in a hockey game is more plausible than Nickelback. I couldn't tell you why.
Station. The cathedral is to the south. Transmitting a photograph.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was a good game. Just very, very grindy. So it looks like I have... So unless I'm mistaken, were there other places I could go to back there? Or is, like, this kind of, like, just the natural progression?
This is the natural progression, but I don't know that that means that it's the exclusive way.
Okay.
Myself, I was never big on sports games in general,
The cathedral is not much further.
but one that I played a lot as a kid was, I think, RBI Baseball 94 for Genesis. That's what I had.
Okay. I played a little bit. I dabbled. I was never, like, super into them, but I've played, like, a handful of different games. Like Roger Clemens Baseball on the Super Nintendo. And rented one of the hockey games. I think it was one of the Wayne Gretzky ones or whatever on the SNES. And there was a...
are in effect.
There's also... On the PC, we had, I think, NHL 2000 or something. So there were a few things I dabbled in.
I rented International Superstar Soccer 64 several times and played a lot with its create-a character stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Especially
yeah.
since you could make both men and women, which was pretty rare for sports games at the time.
For sure, for sure.
At least I think you.
So this guy gonna sell me stuff?
More gangsters every day.
Yep.
You have weapons? I am selling weapon modifications. 750 for accuracy, 800 for range. Also, I was lucky to find thermoptic camo, 5,000.
Jeez.
Did he say 800 for wrench?
Yeah, for a wrench, 800.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot for a wrench. If I recall correctly, I still have range options. Pretty sure the flamethrower can probably still take more. So I have money, so I will buy the range.
A range weapon mod for 800. Deal.
Here it is.
Yep. For all 3. Probably still leaning towards, yeah, just more for the flamethrower. Better reach.
That's what I was thinking.
Because reach is basically its biggest weakness, right? So
Yeah.
helps out quite a bit
Range
with
plus
that.
20%.
Not bad at all.
Reaches up to 22 feet, and it's accurate up to 24 feet. So...
Yeah. Oh, there's stuff up here.
Are you looking for secrets?
I am looking for secrets. I'm always looking for secrets. Oh, I even got points for it. The sound effects for cardboard boxes breaking is so questionable.
There's a book there.
Oh yeah, there is. Reading. Right.
Hey, an ATM pin.
Ooh. Okay, stealing from your job. Pretty based.
Yeah, most jobs do not treat their employees nearly enough. Well enough.
Oh, we don't know the last number, though. for the pin, so I'd have to like go through the numbers.
Hmm.
Not that that's super hard or anything, but
That's not a problem.
I have to find an ATM somewhere.
It's true, Dan. I have
Welcome,
never
Dan.
gotten a treat. Feed me now. I have not been fed. Won't you feed
Make sure
me
your travel
now?
documents are in
I
order.
want cat treats, cat treats.
This is the
What?
best. I love how low res this is.
Russell Vuitton.
I think one of the better things in video games is fake
Only a couple trains are
advertisements. I really wish most video games did that. Only some video games do that.
Yeah. And a bit too many have real advertisements.
Yes, yes they do. Yes they do. I've been racking up skill points. Still not enough for anything truly exciting though, but good to know, good to know. I'm pretty sure this is just complete random stuff. I don't think this is even saying anything. I see wood in here, and
Make
then
sure your travel documents are in order.
stuff that's not anything, it looks like.
Hmm.
There's something just really funny about... I mean, the game doesn't seem to have that kind of thing in its system, but something that would be funny about... We'll find out. Yes, he doesn't work, no. Like, if, like,
Make sure your travel documents
NPCs
are in
could
order.
crush a rat or something. But he clearly is walking right through the rat, so it doesn't actually... But something about that would be kind of funny.
That's quite unfortunate. Not wholly unexpected, but quite unfortunate.
There's one big theme of this whole section of the game. These areas are really, really large. I'm gonna go back up here because there might have been something I missed, like an ATM or something.
Only a couple of trains are running.
There's this over here, which I do need. But it doesn't open. Alright, time to test their tolerances here. Oh. Oh. Just had to whack it a few more times. They don't give a shit. It's fine.
Apparently.
Oh, look, there's the ATM. Okay, so let's get that info here. Where was it? Oh, did it not save, or...
Oh no.
I mean, maybe I can add it to the data vault manually. Maybe I didn't do that.
I
That was
didn't
my
see
fault.
any option like that.
Travel advisories are in effect.
Where was that? Over here, I think.
So let's see.
I was up here. No, there's no option for that. Transcended might have an option for it. Yeah, it does. There we go. All right. That simplifies things.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to introduce you to something very stupid
Oh.
about how the game works. So
Yeah?
First of all, I'll just tell you, the number is 8, but like, I want you to just put in anything for the account. Like, put in literally anything besides what it actually is for the account name.
Alright, I did that. There's like Wydred 0, and then you put in the number, right?
Well, the number is 8, but I'm saying the account number. Change the account number to anything.
Like that.
Just anything.
Yeah.
Huh. I guess they fixed it.
Maybe
so
they
the
did.
thing is, there's actually a bug in the ATM system in the game where if you enter any number and it's the first one actually in the list,
maybe I'm typing it in wrong.
Also, this is actually bugged, but it's a funny bug because you see the number is actually 567001. So if they fixed the bug, then the account number they give you doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, because it didn't work at all when I did it, and I don't think I mistyped anything.
Yeah, so try 567001. So they must have fixed the bug. Huh. I wonder what's wrong then.
It's weird. Very mysterious indeed.
Like, are you putting it in correctly? I think you are, but
I'm pretty certain I am. I could try, like, it's Wydred. You think add the hyphen?
It's weird red. Weird red.
Like that? Maybe that was my problem.
08.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that works. Alright. That's a lot of money. That was really weird. But that is good to know, though. That is really, like, strange, the way that works.
Why don't we try with a different account name, just to see if the bug actually is still there, since it turned out you were getting the pin wrong anyway. You put it in wrong again.
I keep doing that.
Weird red.
No.
Okay, they did fix it.
Neat.
But isn't that a very interesting bug, though?
It is. It is intriguing.
And it's only for the first ATM number in an area. So for areas that only have one ATM number, it's just, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But for other ones, for other ones, you wouldn't be able to predict which one's actually affected.
It's very intriguing. I do like a good video game bug, especially when people yell at you when you turn on lights.
Travel advisories are in effect.
I wonder why all this law
Like Billy
enforcement...
the Kid, man. We're outlaws.
What about they have all that protection there? I'm not gonna cause any problems. No, but they should... Oh, what the fuck? Oh. I guess that makes sense.
Rails.
I guess that makes sense.
I'm having a ball.
Now which way is up?
Oh no. Okay, but nothing's running here right now. Maybe this is just a dead end.
Yeah, you can't actually take the subway here or anything.
Yeah, I guess this is just an extra area and I gotta go backtrack. I kind of figured.
Your objectives if you're unsure.
Yeah. Now they clearly want me to go in here. So like, I figured this was optional.
The cathedral is the main objective.
Only a couple trains are running.
Nice little side area though. Lots of like good loot. Definitely was worth checking out, if anything, to see this. Oh, hey, you got one of the rare ones.
That wasn't a real seal noise.
I added a new variation.
That wasn't a real seal noise. It's false advertisement.
Oh, okay. For a second, no, wait. No, it's just perspective being weird. I thought for a second that wine bottle was floating. But no, it's just a kind of weird perspective trick. When you get closer, you kind of...
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't break this open. Ooh.
A lamb.
I do like getting those. Ooh.
Bomb.
I do like bombs. Mead himself may be infected.
Ah, the hidden hand.
Indeed. I do like good hidden hands. Oh, I already killed that. Yep. Always worth checking.
It's shut down, all right.
Yeah.
Permanently.
Yeah, shut down for good. I guess I have quite a lot of money now, even after spending 800.
There just haven't been many shops.
No.
Yeah.
Because, like, this entire section of the game has a kind of lonely feeling to it.
So lonely, isolated, and focused on justice.
Now I'm thinking of the ancient So Ronri meme.
That is ancient.
It is.
What's kind of funny is I'm not seeing a normal way to get up into those sections. And this didn't seem to lead anywhere unless I missed something like a corner or whatever. This just seems to be kind of just a lookout.
Then I suppose the answer is not here now, is it?
Mayhaps not. But you know what the answer might be? The answer might be doing the very stupid thing that I mentioned earlier. That is absolutely not what you're supposed to do, but I really want to try it. I have spare lockpicks. I can afford this.
Yeah, Green. It does predate the common use of the term meme for that kind of thing online.
Exactly.
Even though of course the word meme itself far predates all that stuff.
It's true. Memes are the DNA of the soul, after all.
Screw you, Mr. President.
It may not even be necessary to stack another one. But I am curious if this will work. Oh, so close. I think it's doable. But it's more of a trick of stackables. Were there anything else? There was like I guess this, but it would break probably. Oh, there's another one here too. Might be able to get some stuff going. Oh wait. Oh, that's what they want you to do. Well, my way's better. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do.
Like Billy the Kid, man. We're outlaws.
Yeah, exactly. This is the outlaw route.
You're just slightly short.
I might still be able to get in if I do. It's more the angle of it.
No, you're definitely falling slightly too short.
Okay. Well, how's this for an idea then? Okay, put it there. I'm so close to greatness. Okay. Maybe I can work with this. Someone's gonna fall, but I can fix that. Ugh.
Maybe if you throw it while you're jumping.
Yeah, I'm trying to do something like that. It doesn't let you jump when you're carrying it, is the thing. But if it doesn't...
You need the speed hog to get on there.
Yeah. Well, it was worth a try. It's probably possible, and it would be amusing, but it's taking too long.
I'm just very interested, but, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure it's doable. It's just a lot of finagling. Hey, dude, solstice that shit. Alright, let's do it the normal way. Fine. Can I break this? There we go. Yeah. You win this time, video game.
Does it, though?
Sort of. Let me eat a battery. This doesn't seem to open. No. Man, this game's just throwing money at me. Crazy. Another thing I've noticed, too, is everything's so damn dark in this section. How would you play this game if you didn't invest into any type of, like, augmented vision?
We're turning the gamma way up, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, you gotta set the crisp setting to max.
My vision is augmented.
What the? That was out of sync. There's a different delay on the third person model compared to the first person model.
That rules.
So you could swing again.
Maybe it's quantum mechanics.
Are any of these windows broken?
I mean, that one is.
Oh.
Because I broke it from the other side.
Okay.
Yeah,
this wasn't even the answer.
No, it wasn't the answer at all. But there were some nice little treats up here. Hey, Captain Kicksville.
Yeah, StarCraft was a surprisingly dark game.
I had the exact same experience with a dying CRT monitor, where I was trying to play Star Trek Voyager Elite Force, and I was always, like, for those who don't know what that is, it's like a Quake 3 engine game, and it had multiplayer. And I was, as a, like, 10-year-old or 12-year-old or whatever, something around that time, I was very confused as to why I could not, like, see shit on half of the maps. And everybody else had no problems navigating or seeing. I legitimately thought it was a skill issue. Even turning the gamma up all the way, I was like, damn, it is, like, impossible to see, like, some of the sections of this level. Like, it's just, like, pitch dark. But people are playing just fine, so it must be a problem that I've got. Maybe I just gotta play better. And no, the monitor was just dying.
Yep. I had that experience with the TV.
Yeah, so that was a very interesting time. So then when we, got a monitor that wasn't broken, I'm like, oh, this is what the level's supposed to look like. Yeah, so I guess that's, yeah, that all connects. So it should seem... So the solution is elsewhere. That's good, Duke. That's good. I don't hear...
figures, doesn't it?
I don't often hear your game development stories, so that's always like fun to hear about. Oh, I don't think there was anything clever to this, Sarah. I don't think I went this way at all.
Yeah, I don't tell my game dev stories very much, but then again, that's because a lot of it is still covered by NDAs.
True. But, also I don't feel like dumb or bad for going the wrong ways, because otherwise I wouldn't have found all of that stuff. So it's totally fine.
Yeah, the game has really interconnected level designs, but in a way that you never feel bad for going the wrong way.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I took bad damage in the torso there.
It's okay, you just grew a new torso.
Yeah, exactly. Those tranquilizer darts.
God.
Doesn't seem to be anything up here. Oh, you can jump over this.
That is definitely a feeling I'm very familiar with, though. That you report and complain about an issue, and it gets completely ignored as a non-issue or even working as intended. And then it ships, and everybody complains about it. Just makes you feel really smug in a way, though, right?
Sounds about right. I went down here, so I'm guessing down here now.
Because, you definitely knew better than the people who decided that it didn't matter.
This looks like a bad choice. I might be okay. But I didn't think that this would trap me. This looks like the Aqua Lung route, and I might have enough O2 for this, but... I think I'm okay. I have a quick save anyway. That's just before killing a couple enemies, so it's not a big deal, but... Okay, yeah, we're fine.
Entry 12 has the cathedral locked down. If you can't get through one of the doors, you will have to find another way. I'm not sure where the computer system is located.
Better get closer, because I'm pretty sure the way that's moving, the rocket would miss. Oh, hey, what's up, dude? You didn't really have very good aim with that. Damn, this place is dark. I don't think I have any keys.
Oh, man, Duke. There is such an unhealthy... Ow. Whoa! It's a clown car.
Yeah, that's a flamethrower moment.
Yep. There's such an unhealthy culture involving overwork in the game industry and how it's just expected.
funny.
And like there's so many devs out there that would absolutely expect you to pull like 36-hour shifts or something completely inhumane like that. Because, oh no, we might have to ship a day too late. Or, oh no, our demo might be slightly worse.
Can't have that happen. This place is pretty hard.
Yep.
A lot more enemies here than I thought.
The real E3 experience
We're waiting for
is,
you.
is getting there with a build that sort of works, and then creating new builds with more bug fixes while you're waiting between days after the con is closed. That's a convention experience in general, really. Just like sitting at a table in a hotel, working on a laptop, banging out a build of something you already showed off because the build wasn't good enough.
I find it really humorous, by the way, that I'm doing an intense combat situation. You're having an insightful game development conversation. I don't mind at all. I just find it funny.
I've been to E3 once, but I've been to several different conventions and dealt with, like, that same kind of build stuff for them. I am happy that I got to go to E3 once, but,
Yeah.
like, I also feel like that contributed to my hearing loss a little because, like, that day I was working the Freedom Planet station at Exceed's corner of E3, right? And right behind me, we had a music game that we were going to be releasing, and the developer of the game came by and was unhappy with the setup, and he went out and he got an actual amplifier and concert speakers and insisted that we hook those up.
Oh, that sounds really smart.
It was extremely loud!
No doubt. Oh, goodness. People have very interesting ideas and don't really think them through.
So it was like I was working on a stage at a concert.
Incredible. I think I've managed to get through most of the vicious combat sections here. It's a little interesting because what has been getting aggroed in this section is very random to me. Like, I've been getting different groups of dudes each time I've tried this.
The culture of this stuff, of course, always varies in general, because, like, with the bigger companies, you'll usually see something where the only people even allowed to be front-facing are the PR people, who, frankly, usually don't know jack shit about your game.
Yes,
So you have the developers who actually know everything about the game, and they're chilling out somewhere because they don't even get to be at the show. Meanwhile, you've got people talking up the game and displaying it who don't know anything aside from one little code to reset the game that you taught them, or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that kind of separation. I like companies where the people who are doing everything and know everything are also allowed to be part of the public face as long as they are comfortable with that and able to do that.
Trellis. You could climb onto the roof and avoid the security.
You walk through that door.
Because, like, obviously it depends. Sometimes developers are completely antisocial. But, like, you put me in front of a station like that, and yeah, I'll be able to handle it.
But Miss Sarah the Lene, is your video game good? Can you answer that question for me?
Well, are you interested in buying a good video game?
I might be interested in such a purchase if it occurs.
Okay, then fine. It's a good video game.
Ooh, key.
Yeah, the thing is that, like, PR people in a lot of these companies know how to talk nice, but they don't really have, you know, they're just PR people.
In some ways, this kind of discussion's pretty good because I'm not doing anything particularly plot critical. I'm just shooting mans.
Yeah. So, you know, like, I know it's a hot take. I don't think that, like, you should just be throwing any... Oh, they typoed entrusted on the second line. That is so blatant. That looks so bad.
Intrused.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of, like, just throwing any developer up on a stage because, like, some developers are absolutely terrible, should never be exposed to the public. Many of them are not very socialized, whatever. But, like, you know, you have at least one person in most teams who can talk and also knows the game, and, like, put them there. Put them in there with the PR people. And then you'll have a much better situation on your hands. That's how I feel.
So many numbers.
Yep.
The only problem with being this late into the game is, like, when you see stuff like this, I want to get excited, but I'm like, oh, right, no, I can't do anything with that anymore. Oh. I guess that's what happens when I keep finding a lot of secrets.
Cow. I guess that is somewhat likely, isn't it? Exceed Evolved was interesting because, like, everyone did a little bit of everything, I feel like. So a lot of us were also, like, public-facing regardless. But for many companies, it's different. Even so, usually there's a chance that you'll have one person who you really should have out there and you don't.
Oh. My enemy is that. Oh, he just moved. Darn.
He's on patrol. Doesn't look like he saw you.
No, he's just a normal, okay. A sniper. That's so cool that I can do that. Like, I barely saw that dude, and I was, hoping I could get him beforehand.
Once I knelt in this chapel for communion with 2 Rockefellers and a Rothschild. Since the time of the Crusades, every leader in finance has prayed for the continued stability of Templar banks, founded on gold.
Gold!
It's pretty well known that one of my former co-workers, who is now a VTuber, Hatsu, frequently did stuff where she would push herself too hard and sleep on the couch in the office instead of going home. And she realized that wasn't good for her. And, you know, good on her for realizing it, but, like, I was very sad that that ended up being a thing in a company that otherwise didn't really encourage that kind of thing, because she did it to herself, because she was so passionate.
Whoa. That killed him so quickly.
Yeah, it really did.
Go on.
Yeah, like, I also do understand Duke's point. Like, if you put Rockstar devs, and I mean Rockstar, not the company, but like the idea,
Yeah.
Rockstar devs front and center who actually are competent and know how to talk and such, yeah, there's a risk that they will eventually end up somewhere else.
Kojima. I think the stuff with Kojima, though, is pretty complicated because it's like... I think in a lot of ways, Konami just kind of pushed him out anyway, just because, like, they just didn't care anymore about games.
Which really is the actual thing. Companies are worried about employees leaving, but that's because they don't treat their employees right and they know it. If you treat your employees right, they'll stick with you.
I mean, yeah, people like security.
A good library, worth its weight in gold.
But, you know, if you treat your employees less than they are and constantly push everyone to do better, even if they're already doing the best of the best, it gets absurd.
Alright, so this just wraps around.
I might know what you're talking about, Duke.
Cool area. Very combat heavy, but in a good way.
It feels like a GoldenEye level.
Yeah, I get that vibe from it. I haven't played GoldenEye, but I've seen the game played some, and Time Splitters 2 is basically GoldenEye 2 anyway. Oh, and get this.
Man, Duke, that stuff has happened way too many times. It's just a normal of any field, of course, but like... Ugh.
Indeed. Remember, inspect back up here again. There might be something I didn't get.
And, you know, it's depressing to think...
You're a small, prowling mouse, and dumb like a mouse. You keep coming, like you forget about Agent Navarre. I remember Agent Navarre. I remember for everyone.
Bro, I know your kill phrase.
So, you know, the entire thing is like, if you treat employees right, they'll stay, but if you don't, and you're worried about flight risk and such, maybe you should be evaluating how you're treating your employees instead of going, oh, we can't do this because there'll be a flight risk, you know? I myself wow, words are hard. I myself am an example because I worked for a company that did not treat me right. And after they completely disregarded all of my advice and all of my requests for a while on end, I got so frustrated that I went and spoke to the head of the direct rival of that company and was like, okay, I'm really tired of this. Do you have anything for me? And he didn't. But he knew the head of Exceed, and he knew that they had stuff that would be great for me. And so because I got fed up with an employer who wasn't treating me right, I ended up with my long-term job, my career, and, you know, that wouldn't have happened if that first company had just treated me correctly and paid me reasonably and paid me on time instead of constantly paying me late, you know?
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Well, the thing that's you know, really rotten about that whole thing, right, is something that gets discussed a lot and definitely still needs to be discussed more and more circles, is that these companies, like, it depends on the size of them, of course, but, like, their budgets and what they're willing to spend money on is insanity, and it's for things that ultimately are not really that important to the product. But, like, they're more than willing to do that, but, like, when it comes to just paying, like, the employee, they have a completely different attitude, and it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating.
There's also power dynamics at play. Like in my case, the bosses at the first company kind of got fed up with the fact that I always knew what I was talking about.
Right. Yeah, pride thing,
so, you know, they always wanted to feel completely in charge and like they knew everything. And meanwhile, I knew everything, frankly, way better than they did. I understood the customers better. I was the only person in the company who actually understood how development worked.
Yeah, Duke, that's true. I know it's not just games. I know it's like basically everything. It's just like one of those things, right? It's one of those things that just irksome in general, but like I just think about it with games because video games are, some of them are getting so insane with their budgets, like more than what you get out of films and stuff. And it's like nuts, like, you know, the Sony leaks and stuff, right? Like Spider-Man 2 is like what, like 320 million or something insane like that. And it's like, and then you have like Insomniac developer conversations of them like basically saying like, this game doesn't need to be this expensive. Why are we doing these like super minor details that cost us millions of dollars? Like for people who will never notice. Like,
yeah.
So nuts.
There's a lot of stuff that sucks, you know, it's just, of course, I worry about video games because that's what I work in.
Yeah. I've definitely cleaned this place out. Now I'm trying to kind of reacclimate, like, what I should be looking for next. It keep pointing to here, so maybe I had to go up higher? Might have been something up there that I didn't get to. Very possible, because they did have the photo up there, so, like, it's probably something I overlooked. I don't think there's anything on the ground floor. Doesn't look like I can get any higher than this. Maybe? No, not really seeing anything up in these areas. Interesting.
Anyway, you know, like, a lot of companies just reduce people down to numbers and stuff like, I'm the boss, so I need to make sure that all of these people know they're below me.
Yeah,
some bosses are good, but some of them just really have weak egos.
My concern is that I'm gonna run out of batteries. Oh, this is different. Okay, here we go. I guess I have a decent amount of them, but this area has definitely burned through a lot of them because I have to constantly use a light to see. I might have the code for this, but I have a full stack of multi-tools, so it saves time.
Could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, here we go. Booby traps.
I still remember a time back in the day when I was, you know, working as translator and editor on a game, and I had translated an item name a certain way, and then the top boss of the company mandates to me that I have to change this item's name to something completely different. That literally is incorrect, even though the name described the purpose of the item, like the use of it. Because they were too, you know, upset at me, like, having a strong opinion.
Right.
I believe you know Chad. I've given him control of an NSF platoon on loan to me from America.
But this is like if you were playing a game and you had an item called a revive, and they decided that you should change it to something like, you should change it to something like, I don't know, some random ass word, conveyor.
Huh. Yeah. Okay, so this is a little tricky. There's a camera that's gonna easily spot me there, so I'm thinking, like, I only have one rocket. So I don't really want to waste that. It's probably better to just super speed through.
So, you know, for better or worse, I know that I'm the kind of person who would be counted as one of those rock star devs who can get out of hand, but that's because, like, I believe too strongly in doing my job well.
Yeah, it's definitely a big part of your personality to do things like properly, best that you can, stuff like that. It reflects a lot in your own streams and just in general, which is a really good aspect of, you know, yourself as a person, that you're willing to, like, go through a lot of effort, even if it's for something that's small and stuff like that.
Yeah. I hate fighting with superiors and stuff like that, but...
They moved it here from the temple
Duke.
after the crackdown of 1307. The Nazis boxed it up to
Nice.
ship it to Berlin, but had to abandon the cathedral during the evacuation.
Been trying to make yourself dumber so you can be CEO someday. Like, that really is the thing. Like, I'm too smart and talented to have that kind of boss, like I had at my first company, ever respect me. Because I'm a threat.
Yeah. It's been my experience, observations over the years that being a CEO, it's almost a requirement to barely know what's happening at any time with anything. You're mainly just there to collect money for existing. There are exceptions, but yeah.
And to occasionally bark an order that has to absolutely be done and completely conflicts with everything about the project.
Well, yeah, so that you feel like you're important and doing something instead of collecting money. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that your power is on display. Because there's so much power dynamics involved in being CEO of these companies most of the time. I gotta say, the CEO of Exceed is amazing. He's one of the most relaxed and generous and generally understanding guys I've ever met in the field.
Yeah, that's kind of what I say, where it's like, it's absolutely the majority of CEOs, but it cannot be all of them because, you know, there are some examples you can point to. So, like, yeah.
I was really surprised when I first met him in person because, like, he was a total surfer.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, that's not what I expected from my boss.
Just wondering if there's anything else down here. Maybe this was just a little secret area and there's no progression here. It's just like supplies and a mod and stuff. Looks like just a dead end to me. Yeah, I don't see anything else. I was getting excited to be progress, and don't get me wrong, I like finding secrets, but I also like progressing. Haven't done that in a while. It is pretty tucked away. See, I guess it would have been a secret, because you can easily just walk right past this and never even have seen it. I'd say that this conversation's off topic, but CEOs are a big part of this fucking video game.
As well as, you know, any kind of conspiracy.
Yeah. So here's me looking for more areas. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. This is different. Okay, good.
What do you want? Know where I can find a computer terminal in this building?
You're in the wrong place. If I am to prepare breakfast for dozens of soldiers, then I must be left alone.
I don't work for the troops that took over the cathedral. You part of the original staff?
I've been the chef here for 8 years. Yes, the Templars were civilized. They paid me and they let me leave the compound.
I'm no friend of your new bosses. Maybe you can help me out.
Fine. There's only one terminal. Go up the 3 flights of stairs just outside the kitchen. Turn left, go down 2 flights, go forward up more stairs, and turn right. You cannot miss it.
What was that again?
I have helped you enough. I do not need a bullet in the head. Now go.
I kinda had the same thoughts, though.
that dialogue always gets me.
Yeah, it's really good.
You know, it's something when even JC is like, what was that? Because like, normally he just gets everything that's said.
So true.
Good idea. And yeah, Duke, it's messed up. I could say more on that topic, but it basically gets into like the entire idea of capitalism and politics and stuff like that, and I'm not bringing that in here.
Yeah, like it's one of those things where I don't mind those discussions. I don't have like some super strict like you cannot talk about politics on this stream, but it is one of those things where yeah, it would just become the entire stream if we did. So like, you know.
Yeah, and you know, besides that, like I'm not about that. Like I might talk stuff like that with somebody in person, but like, you know, I'm not about that.
Yep. I do enjoy this game's very amusing and scathing commentary and all of that, though.
Mm.
Oh, that's a prod charger.
Of course, you know, like, other than that, I'd be happy to talk to Duke or similar, like, about stuff like this all day, but, you know.
So I guess this is just a dead end, so he wants me to go back then, from where I came.
He told you the actual directions of where you're supposed to go.
Yeah, and I can review it in the conversation. Yeah, okay. I was just wondering if there was anywhere else I could go from the kitchen, but I guess the kitchen does not branch off to anywhere else. I just have to go back.
They will kill
Yeah,
me
you know,
if I talk to anyone.
You know, there are, of course, people who do podcasts as streams. I mean, Dan does that.
Yeah.
Wake up, gamers!
Honestly, you know, the Gigaboots podcast, the Big Think Dimension, it's the only podcast I listen to be honest. Mainly because, in my experience, most people, when they do podcasts of those types, they usually don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So, like, Dan does, like the folks, you know, who are at Gigaboots, like, they actually know what they talk about. And if they don't know what they're talking about, they're willing to say that, you know? So, like, it's a really big distinction, and it's why I can, like, enjoy a podcast like that, as opposed to so many of the others where people just talk out of their ass and have no clue what they're saying. So it's nice that, you know, there's some podcasts out there that do that. I'm sure there are more than a few that are capable of it. It's just they're hard to find, because usually the more popular ones end up, you know, being the generic, you know, slop with full of advertisements and sucking up to corporations and shit like that. So it's like, you don't really get much value out of those podcasts. Okay, so it's go up 3 flights of stairs just from where I'm at, and I have to turn left after that, and then I have to go down. Oh gosh, that's a lot. Right, so this was 1. And it's 2. And that's 3. And then it was like go right, I believe. No, it was go left. Okay, so go left and then down 2 more.
I've been interviewed a few times for different things, but like I can't say I've ever really been on hasn't been on one podcast or something like that, but mostly I've been on the HG 101 podcast a bunch in like just casual capacity rather than dev experience capacity. But boy, I could talk forever about my streaming and dev experiences, of course. Like, that just comes with being in the industry for like 15 years, and for streaming for about as long.
That's a good policy, Duke, on just warping reality so you're accidentally correct.
Yeah, how useful. Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to do something like that. Yeah.
Fractal Mike's a cool dude. I don't know him personally, but like, you know, from his streams and some other people who do know him more. Really cool dude. Quite knowledgeable in his own right.
I definitely trust your judgment.
Well, I found the place.
Yes, obey your new masters. Come to me.
I mean, if I actually do confront him, that's going to be hype, because then I can do cool things like say a kill phrase.
I do think that I have a fairly unique perspective since I've been in, like, specifically the field of localization and porting of Japanese titles that would not have reached the West otherwise.
Yeah,
as well as, you know, as well as basically being at the forefront of reviving the Japanese PC game industry.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, that you were basically a real spearhead of that. Which is a very, you know, big accomplishment. Of course, it's like what you say. Someone else would have done it, but the point is that you did do it.
So.
Like, the point
yeah,
is you
I
did do it.
I feel like it still would have happened, but it would have been, like, a couple years later, you know?
I really want a lot of picks for this. I'm gonna look for a key somewhere else. For both of these. I'm not trapped. Where's a... How did I get in here?
Secret wall. Look on your, No. So, go up the stairs. The first flight of stairs. And look there. That's where you came from.
Oh, yeah. It's just that I can't get back in.
Vic, Ireland.
Oh, boy. I think you and Dot have talked about him at length.
Do not get me started, Duke. You have a bunch of lambs you could use.
It's just that it doesn't mark itself as destructible, right? So I'm, like, a little confused by that.
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, for the doors.
True. Like, I have some lock picks, but that's a lot for one door. Like, that is so much. Right. I don't know if this will damage me.
Yeah, like, why don't we just imagine an alternate timeline where Haim Saban has the rights to all anime? Oh, Lord.
Yeah, Duke is really good at coming up with alternate realities that are just pure horror. It's like, what if this really terrible idea just went through?
Yeah, usually my idea of alternate history is more like, what if World War II had never happened? Not, what if, something terrible had happened to the localization industry?
Right.
Oh, Duke, God.
Well, hey, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I did hear that, like, the Macross franchise is on Disney Plus.
Contact here. I am taking steps.
Yeah, well, you know.
Like, I genuinely don't know how that occurred, and I don't think Disney is, you know, like, much better of an upgrade, but the point is, at least it's going to be accessible, right? To the random folks out there. Because I know Harmony Gold was blocking it.
Here's what I think about all these alternate realities, you know?
Yep. I guess the flamethrower didn't finish her off.
Well, if you want to enjoy Daikatana, why don't you try the Game Boy Color game?
I do hear that is the best way to enjoy that.
Alternate reality. Polybius really was released in arcades.
I'm interested in what the alternate reality would be with Nintendo not entering the games industry. So,
I think the one I'd be most interested in is if Sega never left the console industry.
That's
because
true.
Sega of America and Sega of Japan actually managed to agree on something.
Right, right. Also, I want to point
instead
out
of
something
constantly feuding.
kind of funny. So the woman in black like blew up here, right? And she actually opened this up for me, like only from this side, not like the other door.
Yep. The thing is, Duke, that Sega of Japan basically was competent the entire time, but Sega of America was highly opinionated about what Americans would want and like, and they just constantly screwed things up.
Yeah, Sarah, I am pretty confident, has a very deep understanding of all that history. She's been deep into Sega lore for, what, at least 20 years?
Yeah, yeah. And I've read all of those internal documents and everything as well.
Like, I definitely do feel that with some of the things that you have so much knowledge on, you would definitely, like, in theory, like, of course, it's not something you need to do or anything, but in theory, like, you could make some pretty banger YouTube videos out of, like, that kind of information that you have. But, you know, also, that's a lot of work, so I'm not saying you should. Just, you know, something I've thought about before.
The thing about the Saturn is it's actually a fantastic system that was being used for the wrong thing. It is a 2D powerhouse. It is insanely good at ports of arcade games and things like that. But, you know, it doesn't thrive in 3D games. And
yeah.
more than that, like, even aside for the specific challenges that could come with developing for the Saturn, the games for Saturn were pretty good, and the problem comes with the marketing more than anything. There's a reason that the Saturn died in America way before other regions.
I regret that only once we worked together. Now the game has changed.
You came all the way to Paris to tell me that?
It is a simple message I am demonstrating. We know where you are going and what you intend.
And I know something about you.
You know you will be defeated.
So I'm gonna do this. This is really good. I have been looking forward to this.
I know your UNATCO kill phrase. The Putin machine.
I am not a machine.
Sticks and stones.
Yes!
So, Duke, it's half true. Because, you see, the Saturn does have somewhat complicated architecture. But the thing is that the development kits for it are pretty solid, and you didn't really have to worry that much about the architecture as long as you knew the general gist of how the machine worked. The problem is, and this is a problem that happened with Sega a bunch of times, including in the Genesis era, is that Sega of America did not translate the documentation and instead gave the West rather half-assed and very, very different documentation of their own. This also happened with the Genesis, which is how we got stuff like the GEMS driver for sound instead of using the, the drivers that were being used in Japan at first.
I personally am just really happy I blew up Gunther.
Yeah. So, in reality, Saturn was quite reasonable to develop for if you actually had the full understanding of the system, which you couldn't get if you read the English official documentation from Sega of America.
I'm getting what I need. Good work. I will now consent to meet you in person. Go to the metro station nearby and await my instructions.
The thing is, Duke, yes it did, but it was Sega of America's fault.
We did certainly teach you how to fight, didn't we?
You're worried, Simons. We almost have a cure.
You have nothing. Even if Everett succeeds, you can't synthesize enough vaccine to stop an epidemic. You need a universal constructor, and don't think Page Industries is going to leave one lying around for you to use. Not after you blew up the one in Hong Kong.
I was never properly trained in its operation.
Laugh it up, Denton. Next time we won't use an old box of bolts like Gunter. The only reason I let him go to Paris is that I was sick of his moaning about Navarra and constant requests for a tune-up.
You sent him because you knew he would fight to the death.
He was the last of the mechs. Next time you will face someone of your own abilities.
Interesting.
I don't really agree about that, Duke. I think that the Japanese developed library for the Saturn is largely very solid. And even when things like the limitations of the system's RAM and such came into play, you know, they had stuff like the RAM carts that allowed even the most demanding of arcade games to have perfect conversions on Saturn. The thing is, you know, you didn't have as many developers in Japan working on new properties for the Saturn at the time because they were doing a lot of ports from other things. And a lot of this was 2D, and obviously 2D was getting de-emphasized because we were in the age of 3D.
Yep. Very intriguing early age of 3D it was. My knowledge of the Saturn and just Sega consoles in general is pretty limited. It completely escaped me through childhood and such, so like I missed that boat. But like in terms of Saturn, like with visuals, like I've seen quite a few Saturn games that are quite impressive visually. I don't remember offhand what it was called, but I remember I watched Macaw stream like a ninja game, like a 2D ninja game, and it looked fucking amazing. The visuals of it and such.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting stuff for the Saturn, but the thing is, like, the companies you had putting out big output for the Saturn are companies like Capcom, who of course were releasing their stuff on PS1 as well. Although generally the Saturn versions were superior and less cut down in terms of stuff like animation and modes, because the Saturn was simply more capable of that.
And then, on the other hand, you'll have other Saturn games like Bug. I don't actually think Bug's a terrible game. It's just like a very jank early 3D game. Bug. I actually played Bug. I had it on PC. So now I'm kind of wondering, like, where's my exit? Because I'm done here as far as I can tell. I kind of missed what they were...
Why don't you look at your goals?
Yep. Metro station. Yep. Okay, I figured it would be there. Yep. Okay. So
it's not much different from the... It's not much different from the PS1 during the same time in terms of how many good games you had versus how much shovelware.
You're hearing the voice of a majestic 12 AI. No need to be alarmed. For now, I can protect you and Daedalus for a day or so.
Your systems were very cooperative. Upload complete.
You were just a prototype, Denton. A prototype for me. My associate, Tobia Tanway, will meet you below.
That's not foreboding at all.
Keep going. Tanway is in the tube below.
Basically got everything here already.
A bomb.
Make sure your travel documents are in order.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Man, having seen like the dev kits and the documentation and everything for both the Saturn and the PS3, all I gotta say is the PS3 was one of the most nightmarish things I've ever seen in that way.
That is,
I would rather be coding for a 16-bit platform in assembly than coding something relatively sane on the PS3 because it was so messed up.
That is what I consistently hear, yeah.
Like, technically, they never even fully documented that thing, because, like, even if they had, we wouldn't have been able to do anything with it, so they just went...
JC
They just documented...
I will take you to everything, but you will be forbidden to
God.
learn the way yourself.
That will be quite a trick.
You will not be armed in any way.
Do what you must.
Step a little closer.
The
See, no
PS3
inconvenience
just
whatsoever.
insane. Drives me
Everett must be
nuts.
paranoid.
We all are. The Illuminati is getting a taste of its own medicine.
Has he made any progress on the Grey Death virus?
Your uplink provided the missing encryption key. He has been able to complete the work that Professor Tong began.
I must see him at once.
He is downstairs in the lab.
And meanwhile, the Xbox 360, developing for it was virtually just like developing a Windows game, because they had made, you know, it used a subset of DirectX basically directly. Although it was terrible if you were an indie dev with no money, because they would go... Duke, I'm not talking down to you or anything, I'm just talking. It really sucked if you were an indie and weren't being taken seriously, because then you would have to develop for, like, Xbox Live Indie Arcade, and they only allowed using XNA for that in America for a long while, and that was a nightmare for anything that you weren't making for scratch. Like, you aren't going to port a game to XNA. They killed XNA.
I struggle to remember any good Xbox arcade games. There must have been a couple, but a lot of them seem to be memory hold. Like, I could be wrong, but, like, I don't recall a lot of, like, substantial games coming from that.
One of my worst... One of my worst memories looking back on those days is developing an entire port of a game from C++ and DirectX to XNA, because I was told we had to be on the Indie Arcade because that was our only option. And porting a game from one language to another is already kind of a pain in the butt. Doable, but a pain in the butt. But this game was very, very much not designed for the kind of flow XNA expects from you in terms of the game loop, the way the project runs. XNA expects object-oriented programming and a pretty sane game loop compared to what a lot of Japanese games use. And I did it. Got the entire port done. They never released it.
Yeah. I do hear these stories. I do hear these stories with all kinds of creative projects. Not just video games, but so many things.
I practically killed myself making that port, man. It was never released. That was with the company I worked for that wasn't so great, but
yeah, that's the shame about that kind of line of work, right? Is you can put in so much work into something, and then, like, you know, it never materializes, right? Like those people who worked on that, like, open world survival game at Blizzard for, like, what, 4 years, and then they just cancel it. That kind of stuff's a real bummer.
Yeah, and, like, all I can say is that project prepared me for dealing with situations where I would have to port something from one language to another at all. But, and now I can't even play the build of that game that I still have, because you have to pay just to be able to play a test build of an XNA game of your own on your Xbox.
Yeah.
So I can't even access that build anymore. I still have the code and everything, the assets, because they had me dig everything back up at one point because they didn't keep anything, but it's all on a disk somewhere.
It's I get the same kind of like bad vibes about that stuff the same way I do with like a live service game like going under, because it's like at least some people got to play it, and in some ways you could say that's better than that situation, but like it's still like a really rough thing because like there's all these games out there that are just like you're incapable of playing them ever again. And like one of those for me that stood out a lot was like Marvel Heroes. Like I quite enjoyed that game. I put like 200 hours into it or something like that. And it's still to this day the only like Diablo-like game of that type that was any decent. Like it was a pretty decent game, like quite good in some ways. And there was no other game like that, and there still hasn't been to this day. And like I do enjoy that genre a lot. And the problem is that nobody fucking makes like Diablo-likes that aren't just fantasy. Like that was like the first one in a long time that came around that did that, and then they shut it down. Like you can't play that anymore.
Still baffled by you saying that the Avatar game had anything in common with the Diablo.
Yeah, it has a lot of similar mechanics, but it does some of its own stuff, like this block mechanic and stuff, to help prevent damage from some enemies. Yeah, it is a weird product. That game's really, really strange. I wasn't expecting it to be like Diablo at all either, but it very transparently is in quite a few ways. But as you'd
so wild to me.
Yeah, but as you'd expect, it doesn't really execute on it well. Like it's way too simple and doesn't really like do a whole lot with the idea. So it's very undercooked, as you'd expect from a Nickelodeon game from 6th gen. 500
I will tell
points.
you that I will tell you that you should try to
push the wrong button.
You should try to make sure that you've checked every room in this building before you move on in the game, because, well, I'm not telling you that you have to go back necessarily, but yeah, you should look around everywhere, because there's a lot of interesting stuff in this place, and some locked rooms with stuff that you would not see if you didn't unlock them.
So Duke, it's funny you bring up 2 Human, because I was watching a portion of Dan from Gigaboots stream that with Bob.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I watched a decent portion of 2 Human from that as well, and that game is fucking dire. And Duke and Mr. Radon did like a collab of that where they had played it together, like with the online in co-op. So I kind of saw like 2 different sides of the game, right? Like what the co-op is like, and then when you play it like in single player. Well, that game is really bad. That game really sucks. It's insane how bad that game is in so many ways. It's so ridiculously unfinished, like so transparently unfinished, and just like quite funny at times with some of its cutscenes and stuff, but it's so broken. Oh man, that game. I'm gonna take a short break if that's all right.
You know, I'm biased, but you know what I would want? A Diablo-like game about magical girls.
No, I
feel like
agree.
that is a very... I feel like those are 2 points that are really far away from each other, so I think it would be really awesome, actually.
No, I've actually said this a few times. It's not necessarily, for me, it doesn't have to be magical girls. I'm just kind of shocked in general that nobody has tried, at least earnestly, to do a Diablo-like that's just, like, very anime. Like, just very transparently anime. Like, why doesn't that exist? I'm so, like, floored it doesn't exist at all. Because that would be, like, a giant moneymaker. Like, that's an easy money idea. Like, you'd think even Toho would do it like an indie, like, thing, but I don't think that exists. It's really strange.
Wild, right?
Yeah, and, like, I think it's just a mountain of money waiting to happen. If I were to guess, Sarah, if there's anyone who's going to do that, it's probably Hoyoverse. I would guess it would probably be them. Because they would have the money and the budget capable of, like, fully seeing that kind of idea through. So I think it's pretty likely that if anyone would do it, it would be them. But, I mean, somebody else might come out of the ether, too, like an indie or something that might pull it off. I think it'll happen at some point. I'm just surprised it doesn't already exist. So, no, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, just that whole concept in general, like, it's pretty nuts it doesn't exist. But I do think, though, that, like, when it does come, it'll probably have gacha tied to it, just because that's the way for it to make the most sense, right? For making money out of it, because that's how game development works these days. But indies, I'm sure.
That just kills it for me.
Sure. Yeah. Completely understandable.
Anyway, you wanted a break, right?
Yeah, just a short bathroom break. Do you want to just keep talking with chat, or do you want me to just go to the screen?
I'll take a break, too.
Okay. So we will be back in a few minutes, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, excellent. So enjoy these clips in the meantime, everybody.
Thought I saw a...
You did. Yeah, it works. But there's a interesting trick to this. Depending on... Oh, jeez. Depending on how bad my luck is. Come on. There we go. And... then we do this. And he shatters into a billion pieces. And that's the boss. That is the best way to deal with this boss. Otherwise, he's kind of a pain in the ass. Look at Hu Tao just working there. Doing some, chopping some wood. She's helping out. You know, she's helping to rebuild. She's helping to rebuild Winterhold. She's doing her part. I actually thoroughly... Oh, look at that. That's normal. So I've thoroughly tested this game before, and I've never seen this happen. Infinite void of nothing. Oh, no, there's a bottom. Or no, there isn't. Well, welcome to Fallout New Vegas modding. Despite no matter how many times you test things, it will still break regardless. Wonderful game. So there's a lot of ways to get in here. I'm gonna do the shortcut because I have the skill for it. And this is one that a lot of people don't know about. If you have 80 science or can boost it through other means, then you can just do this and you're gonna get in no problem. Free access to the strip.
Thank you, madam. You may proceed.
And there you have it. I only want that plasma weapon. That's what I want. And I don't know how long they're gonna withhold it from me. I'm still getting cells. Did I just not get the plasma weapon? What the fuck? Like, shouldn't I have gotten that by now? The game has been blue-balling me. Did I fuck up? Is there, like, only one part in the game to get the plasma rifle thingy? Because I feel like I should have gotten that by now, but I haven't. And now I'm upset. Oh. Oh, right there. Damn, get pulped. Jesus. Oh. Fuck.
You alone have the potential to prevent disaster. Take great care and know that the Order is watching.
I swear I felt something rather strange just then. What just happened?
Uh-oh. What? He's not attacking.
Just eat a battery.
Love eating batteries.
You've done that as a kid, right?
No.
Everywhere, JC. Your orders are
Everybody eats batteries as a kid.
A UNATCO informant on the North Dock can get you inside the
Sure they do. Sure they do. Alright. We have another random bandit. I never should have come here. Oh, yeah. That's normal. Yeah, that's it. That's what's supposed to happen. Yeah, that's a normal takedown. Imagine if somebody played Half-Life 2 and this was their experience with it first. Like, this was their original Half-Life 2 experience. Man, I thought that was going to crash the game.
Hey, I see you found your missing señorita.
Señorita has a name and it's Ashley. You are?
Name's Luis.
Oh no, they don't have the weird early 2000s ballistics line. I'm upset they censored the video game. The remake is woke, and it's gonna go broke because it's woke.
Hide now. In that case,
that was a joke in case people don't understand that. This game's strange. This is definitely... Oh. R3 button. Now you tell me, motherfucker. Okay. This is definitely a fetish game. What am I doing here? Okay. Yeah, I definitely feel like this is someone's fetish game because you're like, look at her thighs and stuff. Jesus, they really want you to rotate this. And now I'm fucking dead. Instant death. A lot of people don't know this, but these tiny... I'm back.
Hey.
Mr. Mosquito's a really uncomfortable video game.
Ah.
I see some people got some rare clappers, like, all in a row there. That was pretty crazy. Yeah, I tried the demo a little bit for the Toho Age of Empires. It's a neat idea. It's a higher budget game, to my understanding. Like, it's got some, like, financial backing to it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's like a neat idea. Hope everyone enjoyed the clips. It was really funny that it went to one of the Deus Ex clips, like right off the first in the playlist. It was random every time, but I'm feeling recharged and ready to go. All right, video games. Lots of stuff around here to find apparently, and a discussion with my buddy.
Good news, huh? Looks like we might pull this thing off.
Alex, what are you doing here?
Tong sent me. He wanted me to help with the decryption.
Looks like Everett has it all figured out.
Listen quickly. Tong doesn't trust the Illuminati. He sent me here to keep an eye on Everett.
I see. How about the triads? Is the truth going to hold?
Last I heard. But I guess we have other things to worry about now, huh? I'll keep you in touch through your info link. I'll try my best to keep you informed.
Yes, do exactly that.
Hey.
Keep me informed.
He said the thing. Why are the houseplants in here? Just for watering? Oh, medical bot. I don't really need
Not
it.
that that's super useful to us anymore, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of outlived its usefulness at this point. Don't want someone thawing out, huh? Lucius. So, like, was that the exact same code for this? No, it's just letters. Sick ASMR.
Sorry.
No, it's not a problem at all. I don't mind.
I really had to do the do-over here.
No, it's totally good. I enjoy pop can opening sounds. They don't bother me. More stuffs.
So this is where the Illuminati ended up after centuries of conspiring to rule the world.
The conspiracy is about to begin again, JC, between you and me. Nicolette was wise to bring us together. Wise like her mother. The most effective partnerships, like Beth's and mine, arise from mutual necessity.
I came to talk about the Grey Death. Atanwe says you cracked the virus.
A trivial matter. Page added nothing to the core design. However, what we need to construct is a carbon ROM module, not exactly a vaccine.
Can it be done without a universal constructor?
No, we need time on a UC. But I know where we might find one, and also gain access to the U.S. military networks.
U.S. military?
To stop Icarus from completely destroying the Daedalus AI. Daedalus is a design of mine. It replaced the old Echelon 3 network.
Echelon? The surveillance system for the United Nations. So Daedalus was an MJ-12 tool and rebelled?
More of a pattern-matching error. It classified Majestic 12 as a terrorist group, alongside the NSF and Silhouette.
And alongside the Illuminati, right? Are you sure Daedalus is your ally?
What matters to us is that it opposes Majestic 12. We must help it destroy their intelligence apparatus. But that will require the military networks. I have already contacted Gary Savage of X-51.
The former Area 51 scientists, are they still camped out at the Vandenberg Air Force Base?
They are close to completing a UC and have the kind of connection Daedalus will need.
Sounds like my pilot and I should head to Vandenberg.
Yes, I took the liberty of radioing him. Here is the key to the helipad stairway. The door is in the foyer where Atanwe revived you. Good luck. I will be in contact.
I like how for that last bit it just zooms in on his face and it was normal the rest of the time. I don't know if I need these. I can't like eyeball and know exactly what each of these are offhand. But I do have like a couple lambs. That's 50 strength. I'm pretty sure like I don't have any normal weaponry that breaks through that. I also don't need a knife. Get out of here. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. That was a mouse acceleration moment there. All right. That's not a problem, right?
No. We'll get over it.
Okay, so that one's useless. That one's useless. So these were no good. That's what quick save is for. Now this is an upgrade canister, so we can get some kind of use out of this. I'm sure there's a key somewhere, but we all know I barely use multi-tools, so I may as well just start using them. Okay, so what do I care about now? Not a whole lot, to be honest. I kind of feel like I've got, like, the main things that I want here. Maybe if I ever want to use the spy drone, I've not really been using it, to be honest. But I know it scales pretty well when you upgrade it. I guess in this case it would be Tech 3. So, pretty large increase from Tech 2. 150. Right. That's pretty big. And there's, like, more niche stuff that could be kind of okay. Like, you know, upgrading Aqualung. That's a big jump.
There definitely is a point to that.
I think, at least I do use Aqualung, right? Like, I don't really use this except on accident. So, it's not really a big part of my playstyle in general. So, like, this at least has some practical use. So, I'll just go with this.
Yeah, it actually makes sense. Like, I know that may sound odd, but it makes sense.
Yeah. Like, when you're this deep into the game, you kind of have to go down the order of priority. In general, I kind of feel like I have all the tools I need to, you know, get through the rest of the game. And I don't think I had any...
Yeah, no problem, Cal.
I'm actually getting pretty... Yeah, I could afford a pistol upgrade if I wanted. Don't know if I really care enough. The pistol's kind of good enough for what I use it for. I don't really think an upgrade would necessarily benefit me too much. Probably just upgrading melee to the max would be a better get here. Yeah, Sora's great for technical help. I am as well, but only with specific things. I mean, that's true of anyone, I guess, but... I know there's this thing here, and I could open this, but I might just find the code for it later. Was there anything over this way? I know there was a fence thing that I didn't go by yet, because I was wanting to check out other stuff first. This all wraps around. Yeah, there's like so much Sega stuff that I've just not gotten into. And I look forward to the day that I eventually do that. Like, I've dabbled in a few things.
You really got to get into Sonic is what you got to do.
I've done some Sonic. I've done like the first couple games. Wraps around.
Yeah, but that's just like the tiniest bit of Sonic.
I know. It'll happen eventually. I mean, at the very least, I'll be at some point forced to play a whole big batch of the games because it is part of my challenge. Dude.
It's just a shame that you will experience Sonic Adventure in the worst way.
I mean, there are certain games where I feel like it's probably a better idea to play them, like, with a better version beforehand. Like, the Mega Man games, maybe I might be better off playing, like, I don't know, the NES versions of some of those. And then tackle the collection at a later date. We'll see.
Right.
Because, like, there's no rule that says they all have to be first playthroughs, you know? Like, they're just collections of existing games. Hey, that just closes it again. And that's minimum 50, and this does not nearly enough base, yeah. I guess the lamb would make sense on this. I don't really want to use 4 lockpicks on this. Messy.
And before this has the door lock.
Yeah. Duke has a funny observation. I don't have like a strong opinion on it. But Duke has like a funny like theory observation that Sonic 1 is secretly an Amiga game.
Oy. I don't agree at all. But if you really want that, why don't you play Sonic with a Y?
So this is the code for that other thing, I think. 8001. Oh,
So,
or just him.
What are you
The
doing
thing is-
back here? Denton, right?
Yeah. You're alive in that thing?
I am conscious. Tell Everett I am cold. He keeps me so cold.
Who are you? Do you mind if I ask?
The Supreme Enlightened. The leader of the Illuminati.
I thought Everett was a leader.
I am the leader. I brought the Illuminati up through the 20th century to the height of their power. I had presidents and premiers eating out of my hand. I am the one. Our decline is the result of my own. All we need is for me to get back on my feet. What did Everett tell you?
Nothing.
I merely await certain technologies. Then I will be restored. Everett has sworn it.
Isn't this just Mr.
Oh.
House?
The thing is, you know, enemies in Sonic don't do absurd amounts of damage to you constantly. It's got reasonable sound design. To collect items, you have to have enough rings at the end of the stage, like, so there's no real looking around the stage to find items aspect to it. And none of the stages are actually mazes. Even Marble Zone is actually quite linear, even though it feels like a maze. Pretty much every stage is pretty linear and has maybe 2 or 3 paths, but it all leads the same place. It's funny because there would be more of an argument to be made about Sonic CD than Sonic 1. A lot more.
So I guess the whole point of this, right, is I can do a funny and just kill this dude. I think
Probably.
that's the only reason this exists here, other than just to have a conversation with them and get more information.
Because, you know, in Sonic CD, you have to go back into the past of every stage and find the two thingies to destroy them, although only one of them actually matters for some reason. And, you know, in order to do that, you have to find the right spot to be able to time travel. You have to find the past post to get, you know, to travel in the first place. And, you know, so it's funny because, like, I would absolutely not agree that Sonic 1's like that, but Sonic CD, I could see the argument being made.
Right, right.
Go figure, right?
Yeah, yeah. There are definitely games, though, that are for sure that did end up being that. Like, they were originally Amiga games, they were ported or just put on, like, a different platform instead. It has happened every now and then, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is a thing.
I think it was... or 8001. It was one of those 800s. It is. Oh, maybe this is...
a ball.
Oh, I typed it too fast, I think. I did notice that with this game, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems if you type too quickly on the keypad thing, it doesn't always register.
I have no idea.
Oh.
JC Denton, 23 years old. No residence. No ancestors. No employer. No.
How do you know who I am?
I'm a screen each visitor with a complete summary of his file. I'm a prototype for a much larger system.
What else do you know about me?
Everything that can be known.
Morpheus.
Go on. Do you have proof about my ancestors?
You are a planned organism, the offspring of knowledge and imagination, rather than of individuals.
I'm engineered, so what? My brother and I suspected as much while we were growing up.
You are carefully watched by many people. The unplanned organism is a question asked by nature and answered by death. You are another kind of question, with another kind of answer.
Are you programmed to invent riddles?
I'm a prototype for a much larger system. The heuristics language developed by Dr. Everett allows me to convey the highest and most succinct tier of any pyramidal construct of knowledge.
Intriguing. I'm sure there's probably more to that convo. Let me just loot first.
This is one of the most rad, completely optional things in the entire game, and it's so easy to miss.
No doubt, no doubt. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, what else do you have to say, Morbius?
How about a report on yourself?
I was a prototype for Echelon 4. My instructions are to amuse visitors with information about themselves.
I don't see anything amusing about spying on people.
Human beings feel pleasure when they are watched. I've recorded their smiles as I tell them who they are.
Some people just don't understand the dangers of indiscriminate surveillance.
The need to be observed and understood is once satisfied by God. Now, we can implement the same functionality with data mining algorithms.
Electronic surveillance hardly inspires reverence. Perhaps fear and obedience, but not reverence.
God and the gods were apparitions of observation, judgment, and punishment. Other sentiments toward them were secondary.
No one will ever worship a software entity peering at them through a camera.
The human organism always worships. First, it was the gods. Then, it was fame, the observation and judgment of others. Next, it will be the self-aware system you have built to realize truly omnipresent observation and judgment.
You underestimate humankind's love of freedom.
The individual desires judgment. Without that desire, the cohesion of groups is impossible. And so is civilization.
It's better to have this conversation with this AI than it is with a random guy in a bar who's also a double agent.
The human being created civilization, not because of a willingness, but because of a need to be assimilated into higher orders of structure and meaning.
Pretty interesting. Very cool. Very cool little secret tucked away here. You know what he looks like from a distance, though? He looks like the fucking health power up in Doom.
I see. Is that so?
Yeah, a little bit. Like if it's a little bit further away, a little bit more distant, you'd be like, "Oh, that's a health pickup."
So is his dialogue exhausted?
It seemed that way. I mean, I could keep mentioning. I guess there's a little bit of this.
You will soon have your garden, and you will make it with your own hands. I was made to assist you. I am a prototype of a much larger system.
Seems like it's looped.
You will soon have your garden.
Yeah.
Kind of see if there's anything in the inventory I want to get rid of. Oh yeah, I forgot I had this. I'm not sure how much use I'll get when I've upgraded the Aqua Lung, but I don't have a reason to chuck it yet, so. I don't know. Do you recall offhand if there's anything else in this area? Because I feel like I might have been everywhere now.
I don't think there's anything else that would be, like, a pain if you missed it or anything. Because, like, most important thing is you saw Morpheus.
Yeah. See,
and
Duke
that requires
also,
you to break into a locked room. That's completely optional.
Duke also saw a soul sphere. Oh, there's this. I didn't see this. Yeah, this is only one pick, as opposed to these other ones that want 4. Ha! That's neat. I wonder what this is about.
I mean, there had to be some way into those tanks.
Yeah, I suppose so. This is the time to use the Aqua Lung. But really, what I should have done is upgrade my swimming. This probably just, like, links together. There's probably no loot here. Oh, you did get points for it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, there does seem to be something in the water. Darts and a rebreather.
Darts.
Yeah, darts do just seem to just be a meme.
There's something funny about having a rebreather in a place like this.
It is kind of funny, yeah. Blessings to you again.
Sorry.
It's fine. Okay. So I guess I may as well get topped off with the battery recharge. It's around here somewhere. At least I'm pretty sure there was one. Maybe it'd be easier to see it with this. Oh, that's cool. And just to see the fish. There it is. That should be everything. That seemed to be pretty thorough.
Take care out there, Duke.
Yeah, go enjoy your cake. It was Duke's birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy belated birthday, Duke.
A lot of birthdays this time of year.
Sure seems that way.
So, this might be a funny question, but how do I leave? I haven't seen an exit. Maybe I just talk. I guess I have to go back to that other room.
Why don't you look at your goals?
Helipad, yeah. So there's some way out. There's the other guy. I haven't been over to that section for a bit.
You've also got that secondary objective about Everett, if you want.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. Good call. I guess I should check that out.
What's that computer system for? The one with the blue face for an interface?
Oh, nothing. Just something for passing the time and amusing guests.
It has access to quite a bit of information, including information about me.
An old prototype, for Daedalus, actually. It doesn't really handle surveillance in its current state.
So you have your own private echelon system.
Mr. Denton, your pilot is waiting.
Mr. Denton, stop having these insightful conversations with me. Can't seem to engage any more dialogue. So it must be a bug.
Maybe walk out of the room and back in? I don't know.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Save and load?
That's not a bad idea. Try that. Yeah. Well, I guess the way you can look at that is if there was anything substantial there, I can do it on a replay. Assuming it doesn't break again. There's been a couple times that's happened in this playthrough.
Yeah, a couple. Like,
Thankfully,
despite
not too
fixes, but the dialogue engine would have been slightly more broken in the base game, so...
Yeah, no, I believe that. This was a dead end. Was it? No, this was my problem. I didn't see this over here. This is how you get to the other area. I hear the helicopter.
What do you know about Lucius de Beers?
It is not for me to discuss Mr. de Beers.
Why? Is there something to hide?
He is a friend of Mr. Everett's and very sick. You must not disturb him or inquire about him.
No, too late. I already went through all this already. Yeah, and that's where he is.
It would be rather serendipitous if Bob Page invented something Everett could not figure out.
Ah. No? Well, there was like another door I remember seeing. Here, this one. This one will work. With the key. There we go.
Welcome back, Duke.
Yeah, welcome back. Cake and ice cream is a pretty good combo sometimes. What kind of cake did you end up getting?
Just got refueled. I'm waiting for you.
Quite a few skill points getting racked up here. Oh, rip. Yeah, probably just keep saving up for this. Get get low tech mastered.
Yeah, I think we'll have it by the end of the game.
Yeah, that seems promising.
Huh? Is there a problem?
Just looking around.
I checked her out. She's fueled up and ready to go.
That is a good voice.
Huh? No, I said I checked her out. You want the thing to run, right? If you're gonna cross the ocean.
Bomb, of course. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. That's a little obvious. I could definitely tell that he is suspicious.
I fixed her right up for you.
Yeah, sure you did. You fixed it right up for me.
Names his odd mechanic.
Yeah, it's a good name. And you know, that happening too, right? Like,
Yeah, so...
stealth pistol.
Normal
Crowbar.
mechanic stuff.
Yeah.
I can understand, Duke.
Why'd you
I've
kill
had the
Everett's
tax
mechanic?
blues myself.
Something about that guy didn't smell right. You better double check your systems. What did he work on?
The fuel system. Now that you mention it. Wait a minute. This isn't right.
What isn't?
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
He said it.
A bomb.
They said it.
Remote control. Hold on. Get out of there.
Bomb.
Just have to pull this wire. There. Relax. I disabled the detonator. We can drop the thing in the Atlantic on the way back to the States. Make a good detective, JC. Ready to get out of here?
So
I like how he just casually dismantles the bomb. Well,
Yeah.
disables the bomb. Like, he acts like it's not even a big deal. It's just like, oh, okay, here's a bomb. I guess I'll just. Yep, there we go.
Clearly, Jock is one of the strongest characters in this setting.
Yeah.
Jock just has everything figured out. Honestly, I was
Yep.
expecting this scene to be more substantial and a bigger deal than it actually was.
The thing is, if you don't
If
kill
you're
that
negligent,
mechanic,
yeah,
then Jock will die.
right, because the mechanic will probably start shooting her or trigger the bomb or something.
No, because the bomb will go off.
Yeah. So it looks like I just made the correct decision all on my own. Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's just really funny, because in my mind it was a bigger deal, and I guess it could be if I was just not paying attention or whatever. But yeah, it's just really funny, like you say, just how quickly that gets resolved, because, people always reference this, right? So it's like, I thought, oh, this is going to be some big thing that I have to do later in the game, and it turns out, like, yeah, no, if you just do what I did, it's fine. That's pretty good.
Let's go.
The thing is, like, if you're a kid playing this game for the first time, you're probably gonna go, huh, there's a dead mechanic, that's weird, and oh, this guy has a funny voice, and you're not gonna kill him. You're just not gonna you're just not gonna connect the dots.
Yeah.
The snipers heard your helicopter and took off. You guys saved my life.
Glad you're all right. Why's Majestic 12 attacking?
You with the NSF?
We have a common enemy, if that's what you mean.
MJ-12 is short at UC. They lost the one in Hong Kong, and now something has happened at the Pasadena Ocean Lab.
Are the Vandenberg labs safe?
The base is locked down until we can destroy the enemy bots. Unfortunately, MJ-12 disabled our own bot defense system, and no one has been able to activate the backup power.
I could give it a shot. Where are the controls?
There are 2 separate units at the west end of the base. It won't be easy. MJ-12 has hacked the security grid and taken control of nearly all of our defenses. Turrets, cameras, alarms, and they have snipers everywhere.
Easier than a straight fight with military bots.
I suppose you're right. I can give you a map. One of the units is in the main complex. The other one is in an exposed location. The activation code is 5868.
Cool. This is the first time I've seen any hint that the sun exists in this setting.
I know, right? Like, we're actually having a mission that takes place at twilight instead of night.
Yeah, it's cool. Another very dark area, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's twilight.
Yeah. It's true.
Things get the darkest before dawn.
They sure do. It reminds me of other popular sayings like, the more the merrier.
You know what they say.
Yeah.
All toasters toast toast.
Oh. That is a trap. Almost fell for it.
I like how you Mr. Magooed straight into that and the camera didn't even notice you until you were like, oh crap!
Yeah, whoops. Oh, well, Lamb's not going to get the camera right because... Or it might not get any of this. I don't think that Lambs are capable of it in terms of the RPG systems. You have to use, like, a GEP rocket. I think.
I think a Lamb would work, but...
Could try it.
It's a matter of, like, if you actually get... Okay, that should be fine.
Oh, no, it does work. Okay. I have 1 lamb left, but that's fine. We have other ammo.
We're gonna have to go out on the lamb.
Yeah. Got him.
X. This is Muska's system.
Oh no. Well, thankfully it's very easy to get into.
True, it's very insecure.
Just like its owner. Yes. We both had the same thought. Yes, there shouldn't be any cameras then.
Did anybody else hear something?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, the door just opened on its own. Don't worry about it.
Tough day. Anyone else hungry?
The door's on fire.
Yeah, you know what happens. My flamethrower is very powerful.
I used necessary force.
Exactly. Knives. Yeah, they're gonna be having a lot of those. Yeah, full-on pistol, it sounds about right. I haven't been using it too much lately, but that's okay. Not really
Ironically,
a big deal.
you usually use it for sniping purposes.
Yeah, that's true. There is a sniper rifle in the game, but I don't really need it. I'm
Plus,
sure it's a cool weapon.
It's way too big.
Yeah.
It's way too big for your setup.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's a fine weapon, though. Even medkits are kind of like... Yeah, I mean, they don't take up much space, so it's fine, but, I don't really need them. Oh, I see. So there might be secrets if I call the elevator back down.
You still looking for secrets?
I am still looking for secrets. And I seem to be finding them. Oh, that's just the... That's just a drop.
Yep.
That's where I came from. But there are, guys down here. And someone's dead down there, too. I might just have to use the elevator to get down there. It's a good emote. I actually didn't know that was an emote on their channel. So there's nothing, nowhere else to go, so I guess I have to take this way. Oh wait, no, that's different. No, that's different from this. This isn't the same at all. So that's a separate area. Okay. Get points for that. That works. This game's sick.
Is that you?
Oh.
Watch yourself. This one's some kind of...
No two people are not on fire.
This is true. They tend to have more health, so this might not actually finish them off. So I had to put some bullets in them. I have spare ammo anyway, there's a bunch upstairs. There we go. Oh, goodness. TNT. I'm surprised I didn't light
What's that
it.
doing on a pushcart?
I don't know. I'm more surprised
Why'd
my
you push it?
flamethrower didn't get it. Free explosive, I guess. infinite strength on that.
This place is really eerie with its lack of music.
Yeah, for sure. So many places to go.
So what's wrong with taking the back street?
I should have linked that bad apple thing to you because I don't think I did. There's a someone did a combination of the entire Bee movie and the Shrek movie, and it's composed with bad apple between the two movies.
What?
You know, normal things.
Clearly.
Okay, disable it from here. Is there, like, any reason not to do this? Like, does it take a billion years if you don't have any skill in it or something?
Well, hacking is very slow if you don't have enough skill, and if you have no skill in it, you can't hack.
Okay.
And of course, the thing is, if it takes a long time, then you're not going to have much time to actually do anything.
Right, because the alarm will go off.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bunch of friends out there. A lot of friends out there. All kinds of friends.
There's some pals.
I'm gonna go through the event first. It's also the computer, but I don't have any logins, so I don't know if, I'll come back to that later.
Ow.
I wonder what my points are doing. Getting there.
Really make it like Solid Snake this time.
It's a sneaking mission. The fuck? I'm impressed. That is really unusual. They can't see me when I'm like a distance away from them, facing them, but they can see me coming out of a vent with a pipe obscuring most of the vision. Ooh, biocell. More points. Makes me wonder if they're even like they're programmed to just shoot you when you come out of the vent.
I doubt it.
Yeah, probably.
There
not.
really isn't anything like that in the game, as far as I know. Like, all of the AI is just exactly what you see. It's very few triggered events aside from stuff like, oh, story scene needs to start, so please run toward the player and start it.
Right. I don't think I picked up any keys, no. Yeah, my jumping ability just let me just get in here. Which is always cool. How do you, like, what do you think about the Metal Gear franchise?
I like it.
And I think you mentioned you generally like 4, right?
Yeah, and like, unlike a lot of people I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people are really harsh on 4. I haven't like played 4 in so long, so like I only remember small portions of certain things. I remember the thing that, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say the only standout that I remember from 4, because I haven't played it basically since it came out, is I remember the gameplay, what little there is of the gameplay, being extremely good. And that's about the only thing I really remember from it.
Yeah, the gameplay is extremely good, and people just, like, pretend it isn't even actually there. In part because so much of the game can be basically skipped as far as gameplay is concerned, but the thing is that, like, as a grand finale to the series, 4 is extremely good. But it's something that doesn't stand well on its own. Like, it would just be a confusing nothingness on its own, I think.
Right, right.
But as a culmination of everything up to that point, it works splendidly and, like, it's just the right kind of experience for that.
Makes sense to me. Yeah, I remember the gameplay being super fun and just giving you an insane amount of, like, options on how you could play it. Like, in a lot of ways, like, kind of like the way this game is made. Like, MGS4 basically has a lot of the same type of ideas and stuff where it's like there's so much simulated stuff you can do. Like, so many little things to account for and how you can approach any of the combat scenarios or stealth stuff and all that good stuff.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of the few games where the moment I was done playing it, my first thought was, man, I want to play that again. Like, usually it takes me quite a while to feel that way, but I felt that way right away with MGS4.
Yeah, I think in terms of the gameplay parts of it, I probably replayed it like 4 times. It was all around when it came out. But, yeah, no, for sure, I had basically the same kind of vibes where I'm like, I want to try out all the other things I didn't get to try out, right? That was one of the things.
Now find the other.
I don't think I've looked at the map yet. I just kind of stumbled across that one. That's the one that was locked because I went in the weird way. So ominous. Oh, hello. What kind of friends do we have over here? There's a patrol coming my way. He almost
right
got
in
a
the
shot.
Forehead. Poor guy.
Yeah. He somewhat saw it coming. I do think that the Metal Gear franchise, though, definitely does have the whole part of it that a lot of, like, fandoms do, where, like, there's the general fandom interpretation of certain things and the impression that you get from the games from the fandom versus what the games are actually like, you know? You do get that a lot with a lot of media, whether it be anime or TV shows, movies. It's a pretty common thing. And, like, you know, one of those things being that, like, the fan base, like, parts of the fan base anyway, Metal Gear, like, give the impression that, Metal Gear is always super duper serious and there's no, like, comedy bits and, like, really goofy things in it that are just absolutely laughable. Because, like, you know, there are that parts where they're like, no, everything's super serious. There's no shit posting in these games whatsoever. And it's like, you know, because that really was obvious when I was watching some of Macaw play through MGS 1 and 2 for the first time. And he's like a much larger streamer than we are, right? I think at that point when he played it, he had an average of like 700 viewers. And he would, like, get tourists coming in, right? Like, people who are not regulars who are watching for the Metal Gear, like, Metal Gear Solid first playthrough stuff. And, like, there were people of that crowd, right? And, you know, he played it up and stuff, you know, for the commentary and entertainment value. But, like, you know, when they're in that scene, this is, like, one of his more popular clips. The scene early on in MGS1 when he meets Otacon and, like, you know, they talk about, you know, otaku and anime, and then they show police quests, or was it police knots footage? Yeah, police knots footage. And, you know, Macaw was like, this is really shitposty. Like, he didn't literally say that, but he was like, people, like, there are people who take this completely 110% dead serious. He was like, what the fuck?
We've managed to avoid drowning.
Exactly.
Enemy bot destroyed. 3 left.
Of course, the correct call out and response is, good job. Like, how can you take that exchange seriously?
Yeah. It's, and, like, that's kind of thing, right? As I think that stuff happens with some fandoms like Metal Gear because they don't want, like they like a thing a lot and they don't want people to look down on it because it can be very goofy and not always super serious. Like, it's that whole insecurity that some people will have about a thing they like, right? And I think that's kind of where that stuff comes from, in my opinion. So I get it, but, like, it's totally fine for something to be goofy. Like, this game is really fucking goofy. Like, in a lot of ways, like, this game does have similar vibes to Metal Gear in the sense that, like, there's some really good, insightful, you know, commentary on various social issues and politics and stuff like that. And, you know, some really interesting ideas and predictions about, you know, trends in society and stuff. And, you know, Metal Gear's the same way, but there's still a ton of goofy stuff and stuff that's really funny. And, I guess Deus Ex doesn't really have that problem as a fan base. Like, the fan base isn't like... There isn't, like, that part of it that's like that. They're just... It seems everyone just kind of embraces how silly this can be.
Yeah, if anything, like, you get kind of the opposite situation where you don't get the impression of any of the actual serious parts of the game.
Yeah, for sure. One-shotting them.
But yeah, people can get really insecure or even, like, irony poisoned about the stuff that they like when it comes to things like that. Because if the fan base tells you that you're supposed to like things for one reason, you know, a lot of people will feel like they have to qualify everything.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I know this is a serious game, but I really like when so, you know?
Yep. I think for a time I was sort of like that with some stuff maybe, but I've very much grown out of that. I am just cleaning their clocks here, and I think the reason is because I took that weird kind of Metal Gear way, right? Like, and technically I'm basically sneaking. Like, most of the time they are not seeing me.
Yeah.
I don't even think I've tripped an alarm this whole time, like, in this whole section. I'm just doing it in a very stupid, aggressive way, but I haven't alerted anyone. Oh, goodness. Oh, there's another friend. This might not hit, so I'm gonna... Okay, I did.
Damn.
Got off one bullet.
One more bot, and the scientists can open the security doors.
One more bot? Okay. Oh. This the same one?
Yeah,
Yeah. We wrapped around,
it's
okay.
the same one. This entire conversation came about because this part, you know, like, really has Metal Gear vibes to it somehow.
Yep, it definitely does. Oh. This might be pain water, though, so... How do I get out? There's a ladder
Spicy
right
water.
Yeah, there's a ladder here. Okay. It's probably fine, but...
Yeah.
Okay, it's normal. Ooh, points.
I think it's very unfortunate when anyone tells others how they are allowed to enjoy a work. Whether it's a creator who refuses to accept that they can't control the way that others perceive their work, or, you know, a fandom who believes that there is one true viewing of something.
Yeah, for sure. The creator aspect of it, I've seen now and then. It doesn't feel as common to me, but I have seen it sometimes. I guess the only one that comes to my mind at the moment where I kind of recently learned about it is like with Death Note, right? Where the author of Death Note, I guess, is like kind of a bigot, and he created Death Note, which is like in most people's POV one of the most yaoi fucking anime manga in existence.
Right.
Like, so that's really funny to me, and he insists, no, there's no gay stuff in this. Don't look into it so deeply. And apparently he's still angry about that to this day.
Yeah, and
it's wild.
That stuff is very funny to me. He also would get very irritated at anyone like talking about how L comes off as positive portrayal of autism. No, he's not autistic. It's just weird.
Yeah, no, I have never gotten those vibes from that character at all. That is
autism, you mean?
Yeah, like L's just like, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Death Note, but like, it is really funny to me regardless, just how much like, oh shit, big boy. That's the last one.
Well, I'll tell you, the vibes are definitely there.
Okay.
Maybe someone in the communications building can put you in touch with Savage. I'm gonna leave you for a bit. Believe it or not, Tom's in California. He sounds like he's in trouble.
Oh.
So, like...
Yeah?
Where to begin? We all know that L sits weird.
Right,
L has very specific taste in clothing that is not very stimulating. And mostly does not, like, wear socks or shoes unless he has to.
Right.
L does not wear anything heavy for the most part, even when he should. L eats basically nothing but sweets and bland food. L has very particular matters of speaking and is sometimes overly formal when he doesn't need to be.
Gotcha.
L stims. Like, I could keep going. Like,
right.
The author insists that L is not autistic, but like somehow managed to get like every single criteria of autism. Like he's one of the most autistic characters ever, if anything.
Okay, that's fair. It's been a hot minute since I've properly like watched or read it or anything. But that does sound about right. I do remember some of those things you mentioned for sure. Yeah, it's a very interesting thing with all that with Death Note. To my understanding, the author has not really managed to make a hit comparable to that since.
Yeah. And you know, the author in general is an interesting character only because they have somehow managed to maintain a strong level of anonymity despite everything.
Yeah. Okay, so there was like a button over here, yeah, to get inside here.
Yeah.
Yeah, still offline, okay.
Because the power's off.
Yeah. Probably no other way inside. I might try jumping on top just to see.
With the scientists having opened the security doors, you should be able to access more areas now.
Right. Yeah, with the bots being gone.
Yeah.
And probably most everybody, to be honest. Now we're truly alone. Oh.
I need to talk to Gary Savage.
How does it look out there? We got those bots brand new from a guy in Hong Kong, but I guess we should have locked down the power grid, huh?
I took care of the enemy bots, but there might be a few snipers left. Be careful.
We think Dr. Savage and the others are in the control room in the second floor of the command building, but communications are down. The person we sent to find them hasn't reported back. We gave him our key to the control room.
I'll check it out if you want. How do I get there?
The trapdoor in the back room goes down to the utility tunnels, which connect to the command building. We had to send someone that way because of the shooting. Maybe he didn't make it through the radiation. I don't know. He had no protection. The only hazard suits are in the command building itself.
Okay. Oh, that might be enough for the upgrade.
I think so.
It is. Yeah,
Yeah.
I will do so. So what's funny, though, is I'm sure there'll be some situations where it'll come up, but even those mech dudes were dying in one hit anyway. So, like, I wonder what this will accomplish, but there's not really anything else I really want here. Like, I don't really need more points in these other things. So, like,
yeah.
It's kind of fine to me. We'll just do it. I'm now master.
And let's take a look at Let's take a look at the damage of the Dragon Tooth now, just to see.
Golly.
200, man.
Yeah. It's a lot. I just don't know, like, what enemies in the game have enough health to even survive the previous, like, weapon strength.
I don't know, a Karkian?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
You saved our asses. That was quite a battle.
Or Gunter, if you had to fight him.
True, true, true.
I think we're gonna make it.
Also, welcome in, Soryu. How you doing? Have you played through Final Fantasy IX, Sarah?
Yeah.
Soryu's been very slowly working her way through that, and
oh, neat.
And it's been amusing hearing her anecdotes on it, because like she's at that point in the game where you actually have like a full control over your party and stuff, and then she's like, okay, now I'm forced to learn how to play the game. It's pretty accurate, because that was basically the same with my experience with the game, where it's like, okay, now that I actually have tools and I can like mess with stuff, now I have an opportunity to kind of learn more about how the battle system really works. I don't know if that was the same for you.
So what you do is you just put Quina in front of the party at all times, and it makes things very funny.
Okay, we got a password here. Hazmat suits. Yeah, like, they're like a blue mage, right? And in quite a few of the Final Fantasy games, to my understanding, they're often like one of the more overpowered classes, at least if you really learn how to use them. Okay. So,
Blue mage.
Alright. I got one lamb left. I could use it on this. I don't want to harm the cat. I think the cat... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Go over there. It's not worth using all these picks. Oops.
Can you
know? No! Terrible. No, you're doing the wrong thing, AI. You're doing the wrong thing. Yeah, let's try this again. Go somewhere else. Maybe go in there.
Honestly, Cal, it's just a question mark. There is nothing more to explain there, because... Ah.
Yeah, there's an upgrade. So it was worth it. It's just a good thing we erased that timeline. The worst timeline. But also, we have to drink some soda.
Burp, burp.
Exactly. Oh.
That's one of those all-time great sound effects there.
It is.
I'm still thinking about Vox playing Stardew, and
yeah,
it always has those chicken sounds, the buck, buck, buck. Like, even just for getting eggs and stuff like that. Buck.
Yeah, Stardew's a great game.
It is.
I've never beaten it, though.
Oh, beating a game like that is not the real goal.
No.
Even in the Harvest Moon games, like, you'll get an ending, and then it'll just keep going, because the ending is just one more chapter in your story.
Yeah. I just never did, like, the grandfather ghost thing, right? Which I guess in some ways you could view as beating the game. But I saw, like, a pretty large portion of the game. I think I haven't really properly played it for a couple versions, though, so there's probably a lot of new stuff I haven't seen. I guess the thing that everyone's talking about... Yeah?
it's pretty similar in like Harvest Moon or Story of Seasons in that like eventually you'll get like a big evaluation of your farm and you'll like get the credits and everything, but it doesn't feel like the game is over. Right. Yeah, like the way that I view Harvest Moon is like, because I have to play them for the GameCube. Just a straightforward, like, yeah, whatever is the wait X or get through X amount of years and get a successful evaluation of your farm, that would be beating the game. I've never fully played a Harvest Moon game. I have minimal experience, but I assume it's not all too different from Stardew, so I'm probably like, I probably wouldn't really have any issues with getting through them. Yeah, it's quite similar. Stardew is like spiritual successor type stuff anyway. Yeah. One of the funny things is Magical Melody. For some reason, they re-released that game on Wii. So they did the enhanced re-release thing, right? But yeah, the Wii version cut several features, including the ability to play as a woman. That's really petty. And Europe only got the Wii version. So, I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I think this is for what was down in the hatch. I think this is just a random computer. I don't know if this is like the actual info. Yeah, it says tunnel. No, this isn't it at all. It's that hatch. I guess let's check to see what's on here then. It's probably nothing of consequence, but I never found like a proper password for this. Okay, it's a lot of words that I don't have time to read. All right. Now, I think I've probably have seen almost everything around this area, excluding what's down there with the hazmat stuff and all that. I'll take a quick look. I might not have gone up here. Yeah, I think this is new. Yep. That almost looks like there's a thing there. Oh, shit. There's some... Yeah, there's a little bit I haven't done. I think I'm going to get my first alarm. Which means there's turrets there. Must have just been a mouse. Oh. No? What are you doing, buddy? Sure, that works.
Sergeant Company.
That... Oh, another lamp. This game really does have interesting ideas about how AI works. I would say it's mostly functional, but they do some really weird decisions sometimes. Yeah, well, you know, the thing is that, like, this AI was very advanced for the time. Like, the only thing that's really comparable is Thief. I haven't played Thief. I know that Gamma Chris is a huge fan of Thief. Someday I gotta get around to it. My understanding is... Well, you know, Thief was... Yeah? Oh, I was just gonna say my understanding is Thief is kind of like... just so popular that it has just an endless million amounts of mods and stuff. Huh, interesting. I didn't know that. But, you know, Thief was basically built from the ground up for stuff like stealth. So, of course, there's a strong focus on AI, even if other things might not be so good. Right. Yeah, Thief was also one of the things that was mentioned about how... Because it was discussed, like, because of the RTX Remix tool and stuff, like, you could technically do it with Thief, but people said, like, you actually can't because it would just straight up break the game because of how the code works with lighting. So, It was like it uses like hard shadows and stuff like that, and like those shadows are explicitly how you stealth in the game, apparently.
Yeah.
So like if you use ray tracing, then it's gonna just screw the whole thing up. That's kind of what I heard anyway.
Yeah, although I think in actual practice, it would probably be like RTX Remix wouldn't actually be replacing the code components of the lighting. It would just be
confuse the player, probably
replacing the visuals.
Yeah,
and that would be very confusing. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably what they meant. Is just like it would confuse the player, not change the way the game technically plays.
Yeah.
So for upgrades here, it's kind of the same thought process where it's like, I don't really use these. So like, I guess just more into Aqua Lung.
Okay.
I guess that's what I'll do.
And now we have maximum Aqua Lung.
Yep. So that means almost indefinitely 1100%.
Yeah. Believe me, you are going to get use out of that, believe it or not.
Okay. Cool, cool. And I even have 2 rebreathers, which I definitely don't need.
Just be like, Guybrush Threepwood, that guy was a chump. I can stay underwater for 3 hours.
Man, Monkey Island 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Fantastic games.
I love the reason that they named him Guybrush.
Actually, I don't know the reason.
So, Guybrush was just like one of the default file names in the tool they were using for, like, you know...
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact details, but, you know, it was just a default file name. They didn't have a name for the main character, but they just ended up going, you know what, that's his name.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I guess it worked out really well, and they did a great job writing that into the story. Because, like, if I recall correctly, like, at least in the first game, aren't there a bunch of characters that are like, Guybrush Threepwood, that's your name?
But yeah, the file was like a brush file, and it was like guy.brush, something like that. Because, you know, he didn't have a name, he was just Guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Someone's there.
Classic. Looks dangerous in there.
Someone's there. I can hear ah! Napalm.
Yeah, I do like getting napalm. Is this just wrapping around to the same location I would have went to anyway?
No.
Yeah, this is separate. I figured it might have been. This looks like it's going to be very bad idea and very dangerous, but I'm going to go... Nah, that's all bulletproof or whatever. Gotta go through the door.
It's dragon-proof, obviously.
Yeah. Thermoptic camo. What's the red stuff again?
Man, check out that... you've never seen it before.
Yeah, okay, because I didn't remember that. Oh, there's a suit there.
Like, I wonder if it's a canister of actual Great Death or something.
Maybe it is. Alright, so this is a nice little stash. Didn't I? I guess I used that? I thought I might have had an extra.
Your inventory was full.
Oh, I didn't pick up the lamb?
Yeah, your inventory was full. You still had the augmentation canister on hand.
Where was that? I have to go and trace my
Just
steps.
on one of the bodies back there somewhere. Probably the one that you burned that's at the stairwell right there.
Good call. That was indeed it. I don't think anyone else had any. You know, not how I would decorate. Just putting a bunch of house plants just all on top of there. Fraser McNuggy has opinions about the decoration in this base.
Indeed.
So there's no way to just bust through that, huh? They make you use a key or just picks. There's a lot of stuff in there. Wow. It's you know what this place reminds me of? Not just Metal Gear stuff, but this section in particular has major Half-Life vibes all over it. Like this kind of stuff right here is stuff that Half-Life does. They literally have a section in Half-Life like this.
It 100% is.
Okay. What's this? Control panel. Okay.
You don't have enough tools. Wow.
Yeah, I've been using them up. I mean, it's better than letting them rot, right? Because there were many times I had to pass them up.
Yeah. And, you know, it would have taken a lot to raise, like, your electronic skill if you wanted to use less of them.
Yep. Come on.
Can't see well enough.
And that's invincible.
Yep.
There's a multi-tool. Right, so for the suit, do not need you. But the game made it pretty damn clear I need at least one of these. Alright, so I could bypass this if I want. Is that another upgrade? Or is that...
I think it might be thermoptic ammo.
No, I know that is.
Actually, I think it is a canister.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a canister. It's looks like a normal augmentation, not an upgrade, but I'm not 100% from this distance.
Yeah, it looks normal to me. There's another hazmat thing here. Curious. I mean, you could probably just do a platform thing here. Like, this might not conduct. Maybe that's safe. Instead of using the multi-tools. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I tried. I was doing pretty good until I wasn't.
Yeah, I thought it was funny how you accidentally jumped off a chair even though you weren't trying to.
Yeah. What do the scientists have to say?
A lot of troops up this way?
I don't know. They had me locked up until a minute ago. My assistant's still being held somewhere.
I don't think I've come across him.
If you want to look for troops, you should log into the security network. The username is Command, and the password is Zebra42.
Not a bad idea.
I don't know if there are any troops left. I think I might have gotten most of those troops.
Indeed, indeed.
I guess my guess, right, is probably what they're doing here is there's like a key or something as well in here. Might be on that guy, maybe. And then that opens this up. It's probably what they're doing. Well, may as well use the tools and just see what it has to offer first. And then just load back if it's not worth it. And then I'll be out of multi-tools, which is like a first in probably since the beginning of the game.
Pretty much.
What? Why did the game do that? Why did I like instantly crouch in the water? Why is it doing that? It's so weird. Just like a ramp. No, nothing on him. All right.
I guess it's something weird related to swimming. Like maybe JC is like, you know, prone.
You're right. That is what it was. Nanovirus. Yep. Oh. I can use this. Flamethrower, I guess. Keep doing that. Do the meme.
And now it actually... Huh. It reaches a little further, but also the accurate range went further too.
Yeah. Then we got something over here that's... Oh, points for
Maybe
that.
that'll unlock the door.
Probably.
You know, the terminal.
Yeah. Nope. Nothing different about this one.
Oh well.
The mystery continues. This is a normal canister. There's a med kit, which I have maxed already, and I think my health is maxed. Yep. You know, I should at some point look at like what the original textures for the game looks like. Because it's kind of one of those things, right, where this game, even with the texture mods, looks old enough already, right? So I kind of wonder, like, well, what's the OG stuff look like then? Because if it looks this low resolution for modern standards, despite being a mod, the original game's got to be real crusty in that regard.
Basically, the mod that you're using as far as texture mods is concerned is partial, because
yeah,
for some reason, like, they changed how it was handled after certain versions of the mod, and Transcended didn't support that without using, like, the DirectX 11, like, shaders and stuff, I guess.
Right. Makes
so
sense.
In order to use the later versions of the mod, you also have to use a different graphics method, and, you know, that more dramatically changes the brightness of the game and everything.
Gotcha.
So I felt it was better to use the older version of the mod, even though it isn't complete, than to have the game look worse overall.
That's a good call.
But when you play like Revision, you will be able to see all the high-res stuff there.
Okay.
I give up.
Calm down. I'm here to help. What can you tell me about the attack?
They took over the building. We're finished.
Anything specific? I'm heading to the command center. I don't want any surprises.
If I was you, I'd go through the tunnels. You could use the security system to see if the coast is clear. The login's Tunnel 01. The password's
got it.
Omega 2A.
Any troops down there?
Well, I heard them talking. They don't want to get caught from behind, so they left a few spider bots down there. But guess what? I found an EMP grenade in the storage closet. You can have it if you think you might go down there.
Sure.
Be careful with that thing.
Sorry, I can't carry anything else right now.
It's been a while since we had one of those.
Yeah, we're maxed out on EMPs, but I can just ditch the knife.
Want that EMP grenade?
Sure.
Be careful with that thing.
Sorry, I can't carry anything else right
now.
What?
What's happening?
You just have too many EMPs.
Oh, you can't do a second stack. Okay.
Nope.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Isn't that very
Want
funny?
that EMP grenade?
Sure.
Be careful with that
I
thing.
didn't engage conversation.
I can't carry anything else right now.
I'm just trying to grab other stuff. Like, if you just walk away and back up to him, the conversation just opens up again.
Yep.
Really
Want that EMP grenade?
Stop.
Sure. Be careful with that thing.
Sorry, I can't carry anything else right now.
Okay, we're gonna fix this. Game? There.
Want that EMP grenade?
Sure.
Be careful with that thing.
Alright. Alright, crisis solved. Oh, interesting. That that deletes it out of my inventory. Huh. So I got one EMP grenade and lost one EMP grenade.
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't use them too often because there's usually better methods, but doesn't hurt to have a bunch of spare EMPs if you really need them. Very good, very good. Sometimes they put stuff up on these higher shelves. Cool. Wonder if there are any other things I didn't find. So I guess there is more than one route because they mentioned the tunnels, and that seemed to be what that hatch was for.
The tunnels are mandatory, I think.
Oh, okay. Just the way it was phrased, it was like, you'll want to go through the tunnels. And it's like, oh, so there's another way for me to go then. But maybe, perhaps not.
I feel like during my revision run, I probably tried to find different ways to do things and, like, just got completely and utterly stuck here for a while until I realized, oh, I absolutely have to go into that tunnel out there.
Right. This is
However,
different.
here is the other keypad that you need.
Indeed. You know, sometimes you accidentally take out the GEP gun.
Yeah. And so the power's back on now.
There's a key. As lab storage key. Oh, so that was the thing I just opened. Thanks, game. That's fine.
You know.
Oh, that's leads. Okay, so I thought that was an abyss. I guess this is just the bottom of it.
Yeah. Although you would have needed your leg augmentation to take that fall, possibly not dying.
I'm pretty sure it would kill me anyway, to be honest, but who knows? There's like... I don't really need any of this. Oh, it's only one pick. It's only one pick. One pick for a biocell is fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true.
I just assumed
you know,
it would
you
be...
get some...
Yeah.
You get some med kits on top of that, but you don't really need them. You're just using regeneration now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you didn't have regeneration, those med kits would be worth it on their own.
Absolutely. And even so, though, like, the game does have med bots now and then, too, on top of that. So, always giving the player options. Oh. Wow. How did that guy not get lit on fire in the first puff?
That was fairly impressive, though. Like, you managed very precise play right there.
Oh, thank you. I do my best.
I mean, granted, you burned the walls, the floor, the couch, but...
What couch?
The scientist was fine. What couch?
I don't see a couch anywhere. Alright, so we got another guy over here. He's facing the correct direction.
Good thing you didn't use the napalm.
No kidding. I noticed the TNT. I noticed the TNT, but only when I rushed him. And I was trying to aim for the head because I didn't want to accidentally brush against the crates there.
Yeah, but if you'd had the napalm out, I feel like you would have fired sooner, and it just would have boom.
Yeah, no, it very likely would have.
But yeah, this area has a strangely rigid linear progression, with you having to go through the tunnels and, you know, these doors that are completely impossible to open anyway except having the actual key.
Yeah, I didn't use my spin attack, thank goodness.
Yeah, like... Yeah, I was worried you'd get up there and hear burp, burp, burp.
No, even if I did use a spin attack, though, I still have an Aku Aku, so it'd be fine. She's not... She's
Well,
named,
you were
but
using,
I can't talk to her.
You were using a sword, so I think the thought was like a Link to the Past spin attack.
Maybe. It could be either one. It'd have been Crash Bandicoot reference, or just, yeah, Zelda. Now I'm pretty sure that I have been everywhere. Except the tunnels, so...
Yeah.
Probably a safe assumption. I don't think there was really much out here. Well, I guess these, right? I can go in these. Right. So there's still this. Couldn't get in here before, so...
Prepare to be whelmed.
Oh. Well, good thing that's not active. If the alarm went off, I assume it probably would come out.
Oh, hey, some white phosphorus rockets.
Yeah, I think I got some of those earlier from something else, too. I still haven't used them. I have 8 of them. Oh, boy, 2 of them.
Why don't you press those buttons?
I don't know if that's a good idea. That would make them activate, wouldn't it? I mean, I'll quick save and I'll do it. Yep, that sure is moving.
And it sure is your ally.
I guess it is. It's green, right?
So the thing is, if you had turned the power on beforehand and come out here, you could have activated these security bots and they would have dealt with the enemy security bots.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That's a really good Easter egg. Good to know. Good to know.
Well, you know, it's not an Easter egg, it's just a different route. A very good one.
Yeah. I guess so. But I have to do things the hard way. The messy and barbaric way. Ooh, napalm. Cool. Get a good beat going with that.
And of course, if any enemies were to show up, those things would deal with them, so...
That's true. Did I go down through here?
You can't, can you?
Let's see.
Huh.
I don't think I've been this way.
Yeah, I don't remember what's down here. Probably just the exit.
Get skill points for going down here. Any normal way in? There we go. A little data cube. Gas grenade. I think I only used a gas grenade once, and it was to get a guard at the Hell's Kitchen area, in the motel area or whatever. Or hotel.
Yeah.
To get the guard to move out of the way from the hostage, and then I gassed the hostage because that was the only way to make the guard not instantly kill the hostage.
I mean, you know, it worked.
It did work, and the hostage was fine.
And that's how you learned about police methods.
Exactly. So not a whole lot over here. Just a little bit of skill points and a data cube, really. Which is pretty cool by me. So now I think I've been everywhere. What a large area. I I think this is where progress was. Yes.
Yes, do exactly that.
Yeah. We got some really good lines today. We got two big lines that I've been waiting to hear. How are my skills doing? I can upgrade swimming. I guess if I were to end up having enough points, because I don't know how close I am to the end of the game. If I were to end up having enough points, I'd probably just like put it into like medicine, or like maybe not medicine. What is it? I mean, I guess medicine does do more than just medkits, so maybe.
Yeah.
Potentially, or electronics, but I don't think I'm going to get that many points.
I like the description on master level medicine, though.
Oh, I didn't actually look at that. What was it? A heart bypass with household materials. Excellent. That is a good descriptor.
That's completely unrealistic. Like, even for the best of surgeons in real life.
True.
JC, I'm depending on you. When you find Savage, get him to help you uplink Daedalus. The Milnet computers should be in the control room on the second floor of the command.
Whoa? Holy crap, how much health?
A lot, apparently. So I guess that's my answer. They're
Music rolls, though.
Oh yeah, gonna have to try and get that the next time there's combat, which is probably pretty quick. Probably more spider bots. Oh yeah, they drain your stuff, right?
Yep.
Probably not a good idea to melee them then, because they'll just burn through my energy. I think
It's
fire
insane
does.
how much damage they take, though.
Yeah. I think fire works on them. With fire.gif.
It's true.
That's pretty good. Oh, okay.
Oh. It zapped the barrel behind you.
Yep. Maybe I should use the barrels instead. Maybe that's the play. That's the play.
Damn.
Just gotta wait for the gas to clear.
Yeah.
Or I could run through it. I mean, I have energy. Yeah, let's just run through. Although I still actually need to wait for it to clear because of this. I need to open this. I don't actually know what this is for, but it had buttons in it.
I think only one of the buttons was actually usable. Visible by the color of it.
Right.
My vision is augmented.
My vision's also augmented because I wear glasses. That's how that works, right?
Technically, yes.
The typical JC Denton move. Just push buttons and see what happens. More tools for that. No other way to get in. So I'm gonna need a code or more multi-tools. Oh. That's a lot of stuff. Well, I can either use an EMP grenade like the guy advised, or I could try jumping it. I'm not sure if jumping will work because, I guess if you get in the center it will. But, I don't think I can do the whole length of the jump because I'll probably hit the bars. I'll try
Yeah,
it.
that seems likely.
Oh, nope.
Whoa.
I think it's a very narrow thing, like, just barely. Also, what's going on here? Can you,
Damn.
like... There's clearly another route.
Looks like it's... Doesn't look like it opens.
No. But there's clearly another
I think
event
there is
somewhere.
another... I think there is another route, but I think it goes above you.
Yeah. Radioactive. Oh, there... I think it's just this, maybe.
Radioactive, radioactive.
Spider-Man. Radioactive Spider-Man. You remember that theme song from the Spider-Man the Animated Series? It just goes Spider-Man, 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 Radioactive Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Those are the lyrics.
Super fighting robot.
So, I'm gonna guess that it's better to go this way first. Just a hunch.
Mega Man.
That looks like it leads right into there, into death.
Why is your Geiger counter going off?
Good question. I don't think I'm in any danger. I'm not, you know, he's not screaming and going, oh, ugh. He probably will be, though, as soon as I drop down here. Yeah, it doesn't look like a good idea. This doesn't really let me go anywhere. Unless I'm missing something? Doesn't look like it. Well, I guess the only other thing I can do is lockpick this. Or find a key, but I don't know how you find a key. This is a pretty linear section, so it's not like you have that many options. This is probably dangerous as hell just going in here, and I could use the hazmat suit.
Don't you have a whole bunch of... Yeah, you have a whole bunch of hazmat suits, right?
I have 3, yeah, quite a bit. This is probably fine if I do that. Or I could check this out, and maybe this might help with that. It's either one. We'll do this first.
Good sound.
It is a good sound. Classic, really.
Cow.
That is very good. No. That's not happening. Maybe if I super speed it. Those fucking barrels. Okay.
Why is it doing damage directly to your torso? I guess you're breathing it.
I think the...
Regan.
Yeah, I think the goo is what killed me faster, stepping in the goo.
I think it's a situation where... Oh god. I think it's a situation where having your regeneration on while you were going through it would have gotten you through it more safely.
True. I think that would have been the better call, yeah. I don't need this.
Yeah, you really don't.
Alright, that's one solution. There's a guy there, but no. Oh, there's that. I guess I could just blow that up. I don't know if that'll damage it. But that doesn't seem to blow up at all.
Seems like you're missing somehow. Like you might be colliding on something.
Maybe. No? Strange.
Try hitting the one in the corner.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah. Weird.
Very
How
strange.
about the box in the middle?
Looks like there's rockets in there.
Huh. So... nothing's in your way. Weird.
Mysterious indeed. Well, I'll deal with that guy later. I probably won't even recover my battery until I, actually need it. Because those guys just drain it anyway. Maybe let's hop down there and kill it now. I don't know. Yeah, let's just do that. I don't want to have to deal with its problems later. Any more of these critters? Buttons.
Why don't you try pressing them?
Oh. I guess it's just how you, get the goodies. Okay.
I guess those are just radioactive barrels, huh?
That's their purpose. Their purpose is to just be radioactive and cause problems.
Radioactive, radioactive. Can you tell I'm not a big fan of Imagine Dragons?
No, I kind of got an inclination. Okay, so... Oh, I see. Okay, they... Yeah, because I get it. See, I'm not normal, and I was just able to jump that like a freak. And this is what they want you to actually do to get across. I understand.
Yep.
It's like, all right, I'm not normal. I can't even loot what's in there anyway.
I feel like Imagine Dragons might be the Nickelback of our time.
Yeah.
Except Nickelback actually has talent.
Right, right. So what? Surely I can just break this. Yeah, there we go. That makes... maybe helps a little. Yeah, there we go. I'm almost dead. I should heal up.
Hell, I don't know. I've seen numerous Imagine Dragons jokes, but not so many Nickelback jokes in the past age. Whatever.
Game? Can't get up there. Making this awkward. Ugh. I'm like hitting... I think I'm hitting that. Okay, got some napalm. Nice. I guess I'll stack some of these. Might help a little.
Cow.
There we go. Oh, you get extra points for that. Nice.
Nice.
I guess that's everything. I don't know what goes over... Oh, I guess it just wraps around. Or what? Or I'm trying to remember. Because there was like lasers down there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think that goes anywhere. Okay, cool. It's really funny to me that they're bringing back all of the Spider-Man movies because Madam Web bombed so hard. Like, they're all bringing them back in theaters. It seems to be literally all of them. It's like 7 of them or something.
Attack my systems and you will suffer considerable losses.
Oh, hey. We're back here.
Yeah. You might recall that door was one of those completely invincible, completely unopenable ones.
I do remember that. The game implied that it made progression, though. Yeah. I have a question because I'm very confused about something here. What was the point of me going down there? I don't feel like I did anything other than navigate through a bunch of waste. I don't, like, remember pressing anything. Like, what's going on with that?
Good question.
Like...
Good question.
Fair, okay.
Shrek meme. But the thing is that I think one of the doors won't open until you've been through there, which...
Which door was that? I guess I'll talk to the scientists. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll still talk to the scientists anyway, because they might have some new dialogue or something. Let's see.
We were prepared for direct attack.
Scanning area.
Scanning area.
Scanning area. VTuber detected. Authorized to use lethal force.
Exactly.
You found him.
I thought there might have been something up there. This is where I was before. So clearly not over there.
Engagement.
Ah. So that should be 2 then. I guess that's why I was a little confused, because I never use the elevator because I'm weird. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Got it.
Yeah, you got the key in the tunnels.
That's what it is. Okay. Very silly way to do all that.
Yeah, this area comes off as a little odd in general and strangely linear.
Yeah. Definitely quite linear. I guess this is a login from way earlier. I think that they're mentioning. So I'd have to, like, go pretty deep in. I guess multiple people said it, so it'd either be in a conversation or in notes. Either one.
Well, you can always hack it.
Yeah, but if it's something that's, like, has time to read, right, then it's not really great for that.
I think that's the security login for the tunnels.
Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe I don't have the login then. Hey, Moth Cow. When you lock the Chow Garden in Deus Ex? I don't know. Well, that's a lot of words. Yeah, see, I'm not gonna have time to read this. Area 51. Genetic profiles for a Fridger McNuggie. And that's about all I got from that. This looks dangerous.
You know, it's a typical day at the mainframe in your IT job. Any IT job.
The Golden Saucer's not till later.
And, you know, as usual, the IT guy has to go in through all the lightning and everything to get paid minimum wage.
So true.
I cannot survive much longer. Help me acquire Milnet access. I must attack. I must attack.
Mr. Carter.
Yep, they ran the old dog out.
You were dismissed?
All of us career types. They want cadets who've never been anywhere except UNATCO and the UNATCO Academy.
Easier to manage, I suppose.
Time to come out here and lend a hand. I knew what Savage was up against. I just didn't want to admit it.
It's an honor to have you with us, sir.
All right, enough bawling our eyes out. We've got work to do. I didn't want to admit that UNATCO could be corrupted, but finally, I had to leave. I guess it's not surprising to find a few crooks in a place protected by security procedures. The shadow of secrecy. It protects indiscriminately. Let's shoot the breeze later.
Such a good man.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I'm Dr. Savage. Thank you. We were close to surrendering when you landed.
J.C. Denton.
Hey, it's
Lord
Heisenberg.
Everett of the Illuminati. He's developed a cure for the Grey Death, and we were hoping to get time on your UC to manufacture it.
Everett contacted me just before the attack. Naturally, we'll manufacture the cure once the computer's back up and we get a containment unit for the UC.
How close are you to being operational?
Seriously,
My
he
daughter's
looks
on an
very
expedition to
Walter
the Ocean
White.
Lab right now
Yeah.
to find a schematic for the containment vessel. But Lord knows when the computer will be back up. It was damaged during the attack.
I'll look at it. In addition to the UC, Everett and I need your connection to the Milnet.
Yes, he said something about an artificial intelligence. The Echelon system. Something called Icarus and Daedalus.
Another attack happening as we speak. I'll explain later.
Well, the main terminal is in the room at the top of the stairs. Log in
Ah.
G Savage, password Tiffany. I'll open the doors. I would say it's too dangerous. A lot of damaged equipment and hot power lines up there. But until the computers are up, the UC's just a box of bolts.
It was like G Savage, Tiffany, something.
Yeah, G Savage Tiffany.
Just gotta make sure the capitals are correct, or the lowercase and all that shit. Okay. Pretty straightforward. What? Oh, it's not the right computer?
Hmm.
I thought they set upstairs, unless they meant like,
Well, check the thing again.
main terminal is in the room at the top of the stairs.
that's- Hmm.
Yeah, like GS Savage. Yeah. Tiffany. Yeah.
Everything seems to check out.
Is it because I hacked it? Surely not.
No.
No.
This must be the wrong computer.
I guess it must be.
Must be another room.
Maybe it's like...
At the top of the stairs.
Ah. You can't get through. And I don't have a key. Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. Well, there's plenty of other stuff to look at, so... no problem.
I'm surprised anything up there survived the explosion.
We lost nothing critical during the attack.
What if his login works on the PC behind him, though?
Darn it, keyboard. Here we go.
And now you can actually read this.
Yay! Reading. This background is excellent from when I'm reading this.
Die die diggity day, die die diggity die, die die diggity day, die die diggity die.
Cool. Alright. Onwards to exploration and looking for secrets. Did I use any bioenergy? Oh, something. What the fuck? He even hit me there.
Lightning got you.
From there? But he's fine.
Oh yeah, he's Sam Carter. He's too badass.
Yeah, true. They did a lot more damage than I thought.
Yeah, maybe the hazmat suits. I don't know if that'll help. It might. Oh yeah, it looks like it will.
Just bring up the system for Savage. I'll route Daedalus to your info link. Don't worry, there's very little risk.
God! God!
No, we have one. Ah, so this is what we want. Same thing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm losing Daedalus. Yes. Hold on, something's... You forgot about the Aquinas protocol. I was listening to Daedalus all along, waiting. The AIs seem to be merging. And I have another surprise, Denton. Find Savage in the control room. I have an announcement.
Shadow the Hedgehog is a... Never mind.
Something went wrong, JC. I'm looking into it.
Something, the ultimate life form.
Talk to Savage. We're expecting a communication from Bob Page.
Excellent. We're all here.
You aren't in a position to make any demands, Page.
On the contrary, my mission might have failed, but so did yours. I captured your daughter an hour ago.
Tiffany.
She's been quite forthcoming. So you were hoping to find a containment unit in the Ocean Lab?
I demand to see my daughter immediately.
Well, like you, we lack certain components of a universal constructor. The reaction modules you stole when you left Area 51 to go into business for yourself.
Don't negotiate.
Oh yes, Mr. Denton. I wanted you here for a reason. Look at me. You interfere in any way, I will kill that young woman. I mean it. I want those components, Savage. You will bring them to the abandoned gas station west of Vandenberg in exactly 1 hour.
You hurt my daughter, and I swear to God.
Bring me the reaction modules.
What a nice man.
Don't mess with him, Paige. He is the danger. He is the one who knocks.
This is true.
I don't think we have a choice. Oh, I should have never let her go.
Paige will resume production of the Plague if he gets the components to build a UC.
I know. But I can't let them kill Tiffany.
Tell them you're sending someone with the components. I'll have my pilot drop me off where they're holding your daughter. Maybe I can rescue her.
That's too risky.
We don't have a choice. Trust me, she'll be fine.
Yes, we've got to try it. Just don't let anything happen to her. Mr. Denton, thank you. Here's a photograph so that you can identify her.
I'm an expert when it comes to hostage situations. Worst comes to worst, I toss a gas grenade in there.
Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Going after Savage's daughter?
Absolutely. Never negotiate with a terrorist.
Tiffany could lose her life.
Never negotiate. You will only encourage more acts of terror. Besides, you're gonna bring Tiffany back alive.
Yes, sir. I'll do what I can to get her back.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. Cool. Okay. Oh.
All right, I've landed. You won't believe this, but I have Tom with me. He looks pretty sick. Savage has promised to get him some medical attention. Meet us at the base entrance to the northeast.
That's a very Half-Life kind of load, right? Because it's not like you're going any amount of distance. That's like the only time I think this game has a load like that.
Yeah. Of course, in Half-Life, you would be looking through the doorway and seeing a slightly older, less complete version of the map.
Yes, this is true. Also, I guess the PS2 version of this game, it would be like that all the time.
Yep. So, you remember that place down that walkway?
Yeah, kinda.
That's where Jock landed.
I assumed he was just up on the roof, like, at the...
Nope.
No? Okay. That made too much sense. Alright, cool. So I'm going the wrong way then. Is this all just lead to the roof then? Okay. Alright, there's a photograph to look at. Let's look at her photograph. Beautiful. Add a note.
Okay, but why is she, like, a Thundercat?
There. Here we go.
I see, so that's the kind of person Frigger is.
Yeah. This area is so large and so big.
It's a big maze.
It is. It is. It very much does have that kind of vibe to it.
Scanning area.
So I'm completely off base here, or is it just down this way?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
And he did say it was northeast.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Also makes sense why there's like kind of a dead end here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool, cool.
Hey, look who it is.
JC.
Yeah, it's Tong.
Hello.
What's wrong?
An error. One of the experiments. I have the Great Death. He flew into San Jose and had no way to get here. I am not a high-order term in the equation anymore. Do not concern yourselves with me.
You aren't dead yet, Tom. Savage will take care of you.
I'm here for selfish reasons. To have access to the cure.
Let's just hope we're able to manufacture it. Savage's daughter failed to get the parts he needs for the UC. She's being held prisoner by Majestic 12.
We should get moving. Tony Maris is on the way to help Tom. By all means, go. You don't have time to stand around on account of me. Hop in, JC.
Tough day. Anyone else hungry?
Oh, interesting. I didn't even get a prompt to say wait. We're just going.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing I was very thorough beforehand. The chances are I still miss something somewhere. Because this game can be like that.
Yeah, I think the chance of anybody getting absolutely everything without, like, a list is basically 0.
Yeah. So, I'm going to assume this is an excellent stopping point.
Okay.
I could go longer, but it's entirely up to you on how you want to do that.
This is fine.
Yeah, I figured as much. Seems like a good climatic part of the game. Deus Ex is a really great game that is super fun. Now we're back to Chocobo music. Ha! You grabbed the glasses. Let's get our little froggy friend. There we go. Alright, cool. Hey, Deus Ex is really good. Did you know that?
It is a very good game.
I'm pretty impressed by it. It's continues to be super enjoyable, and I have a great time. And what an excellent stream this has been. What an excellent stream. We've done so much. We covered so much ground in the video game, and we talked about all kinds of wacky things.
We sure did.
Yeah, it was a great time.
As ever, thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. I enjoy these collabs. They are a great time. What do you got going on for the week? What are you feeling?
Well, the monthly Sonic marathon that I do is going to be this week, but I think tomorrow the plan is Mega Man 8.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a great time. And the Sonic stuff's always fun. I figured, it'd be about the time to do Sonic since the month is starting to wrap up. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I usually try to do it around the 20th of each month.
Do with the Sonic Marathon, if I recall the last time or two, you kind of tweaked it a little, right? Where you added another game onto it. Maybe as like an incentive, was it? Or something like that?
Yeah, I've done stuff like that. I don't specifically have plans to do that this time, but I'm going to do the marathon as Knuckles, which is already going to be pretty tough.
Oh, yeah. Because I remember when you were showing me Death Egg Robo in the second game, doing Knuckles with that is extremely particular.
Yes, it is.
Are you gonna do some practice with that before you stream it?
No. Where's the fun in that?
Okay, that's fair. Oh yeah. Yeah, that should be interesting. The Knuckles stuff, very, very interesting idea. Do you just do that through the usual versions you play, like, right? Like they let you just swap it?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's cool. That sounds great. It sounds like an excellent time. As for, yeah, Knuckles, and more Knuckles. So true. As for myself, I've been working on my GameCube project. Currently on game number 7, which is Avatar: The Last Airbender. We talked about that a bit earlier. Weird game. Highly recommend checking out my stream of that later in the week. I will probably be streaming on Saturday. So I'll be taking a couple days off, and be back on Saturday and finish that game up because it looks like it has like one more stream left in it. And highly recommend checking it out. It's pretty interesting, even though it's really jank and not very good. It's a pretty shitty game, to be honest, but I do find it quite funny and interesting.
Well, you know, when something does something unique like that, it's always interesting, regardless of it being good execution or not.
This is so true. That's something I do enjoy about licensed games, especially from 6th gen, is that they are usually trying something interesting, even if it is often very half-baked. So, like, there's appeal to that. And the GameCube sure has a lot of those games. So, so that's what I've got going on for the rest of the week. So I think this is a good time to wrap up. And what do you got in mind for a raid target, Sarah?
The MP83.
Ah, yes, of course.